Where, after all, do universal human rights begin?
After World War II, it was clear that the horrors of the war should never be allowed to occur again. Founded in 1945, the United Nations sought to prevent future atrocities by affirming, in its foundational charter, faith in fundamental human rights, the dignity and worth of the human person, and a commitment to promote better standards of life in larger freedom. In the years that followed, member states of the United Nations strived to develop the human rights provisions of the Charter and capture them in a single document. It took 3 years to agree on a common vision. On the 10th of December, 1948, the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations.
Still, it is the first step in a great evolutionary process. It is the first occasion on which the organised community of nations has made a declaration of human rights and fundamental freedoms, and it has the authority of the body of opinion of the United Nations as a whole. And millions of people, men and women and children all over the world, will turn for hope and guidance and inspiration to this document.
While history alone can determine the historic significance of an event, it is safe to say that the declaration before us may be destined to occupy an honorable place in the procession of positive landmarks in human history.
The Declaration consists of a preamble and 30 articles, with Article 1 powerfully proclaiming that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. No discrimination, right to life, liberty and security, no slavery, no torture or cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment, equal protection of the law, no arbitrary arrest, detention or exile, fair and public hearing, no arbitrary interference with privacy, right to freedom of movement, right to seek and enjoy asylum, right to a nationality, right to marry and to found a family, right to property, freedom of thought, conscience and religion, freedom of opinion and expression, freedom of peaceful assembly and association, right to take part in government, right to work, right to rest and leisure, right to food, clothing, housing, medical care and social services, right to education, right to participate in cultural life.
These human rights are not country-specific. They are not a reward for good behavior or particular to a certain era or social group. They are the rights of people of every color, from every race and ethnic group, whether or not they have disabilities, citizens or migrants, no matter their sex, their class, their caste, their creed, their age, or sexual orientation.
The Declaration has generated action for human rights protection in many ways. It has inspired hundreds of human rights instruments that together constitute international human rights law and a number of international bodies and mechanisms for human rights protection. The principles of the Declaration have supported the decolonization struggle and have been enshrined in the constitutions of the newly established countries which have joined the United Nations. The Declaration has inspired national and regional human rights protection systems, including legislation and institutions, and it continues to guide the work of human rights defenders and advocates worldwide. Today, the Declaration is available in more than 500 languages and dialects, and it has obtained the Guinness World Record for the most translated document in the world. The 10th of December, the day on which the Declaration was adopted, is celebrated each year as Human Rights Day. The Declaration emphasizes the relevance of human rights in our daily lives.
Where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places, close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any maps of the world. Yet they are the world of the individual person, the neighborhood he lives in, the school or college he attends, the factory, farm, or office where he works. Such are the places where every man, woman, and child seeks equal justice, equal opportunity, equal dignity without discrimination. Unless these rights have meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere. Without concerted citizen action to uphold them close to home, we shall look in vain for progress in the larger world.
On the steep summit of Mount Hermon in Israel, 2 miles above sea level, an earth-shaking discovery was made about the fallen angels, one that the United Nations is hiding. Now it's on that summit that Enoch told us the watchers or fallen angels descended to earth. And at the base of that same mountain is where Jesus took his disciples near the end of his ministry to a spot the ancients called the gates of hell. And it was there he told them, on this rock. Was he talking about the mountain? I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Matthew 16:18. And it's on the summit of that mountain where the most famous biblical archaeologists, possibly of all time, discovered an inscription supposedly written by the watchers or fallen angels. And that is not all that he found. This is Bible teacher Nelson Walters, and today we're going to look at that exciting find and what Jesus and his disciples knew about this area of the world that most Christians know nothing about today. Sure, we know about Peter's famous confession. We know it took place in a town called Caesarea Philippi. But most Christians don't know that that city was at the base of this Mount Hermon, or that the very gates of hell or Hades were there, a gaping cave at the base of the mountain. Now, the evil associations with this area didn't end with the descent of the watchers before the flood. In the days of Moses, in the Old Testament, the region was known as the Bashan. According to the Old Testament, Bashan was controlled by 2 giants, 2 kings, Sihon and Og, associated with the giant clans, the Rephaim and the Anakim, descendants of the fallen angels. During Israel's divided kingdom period, King Jeroboam built a pagan religious center at Dan, just south of Mount Hermon, where the Israelites worshiped Baal instead of Yehovah. In the 1st century, a religious center to Zeus was there. Mount Hermon's name comes from the Semitic root word, herm, which means taboo. In Judges 3, it was called Baal Hermon, or Baal's taboo mountain. To Israelites like the apostles, this was one of the most evil places on earth. And you know what? The tradition continues. There is a United Nations outpost on the top of that mountain today. More on that and its purpose in just a bit. But also at the top of Mount Hermon lay the ruins of an ancient pagan temple complex. And in that complex was a limestone stele, or a standing stone, inscribed with an oath that the watchers supposedly made with each other to corrupt the genetics of man and teach them forbidden knowledge. The spiritual history of this region is what attracted that archaeologist, Charles Warren. You may know that name. He was one of Israel's greatest archaeologists, and the one who found Warren's shaft on the Temple Mount. Now, between 1867 and 1870, Warren carried out a number of explorations in Israel. Sir Charles climbed up the steep sides of Mount Hermon, where he found the southern peak's rocky terrain appeared to have been scooped out to accommodate sacrificial altars to the ancient gods of the mountain. Fascinated, Warren explored and surveyed the area, documenting much of what he found. He then discovered, within the area, this strange standing stone, or stone pillar, also known as a stele, and it was engraved on one side in an ancient language, the closest language being ancient Greek. Before leaving the summit, Warren chose to remove that marker, and we are so glad that he did, and we'll explain why in a second. And he carried it down the 9,000-foot height, and he wanted to transfer it to London. But because it was 4 feet thick and heavier than his team could manage, he ordered the stone be broken in half. And although the lighter weight of a stone allowed it to make the trip down the mountain, the ancient stone was damaged as a result of cracking it horizontally. So Sir Charles was British, so he took it to the British Museum and had it inspected by scholars and translators. And the writing on the stone appeared to have a phrase that they could make out. And this phrase read, "This, according to the command of the greatest and most holy God, those who take the oath proceed from here." We'll discuss this oath and the stone in more detail in just a few minutes, because this is no ordinary stone. Strangely enough, photographs of this temple where he found the stone, the temple of Khazar Antar, are almost non-existent today. Although many photos of the exploration were taken, they are extremely hard to come by on the internet. And even stranger, the site of a temple documented by Warren is now sealed off by the UN building that sits there today, and no modern photographs or videos exist of that temple, thanks to the United Nations. Now, that standing stone or stele is currently housed at the British Museum, as we said. You can research it for yourself. It's listed as item number 1903-042-1, but I'm told it is no longer displayed to the public for, quote, unknown reasons. Did the UN have something to do with that as well? And although we can't see these things today, and isn't that very suspicious, it is very, very likely the disciples of Jesus did see them. You see, 6 days after Peter's confession of faith at the gates of hell, Jesus took Peter, James, and John up on that high mountain. What high mountain? The nearest one was right in front of them, Mount Hermon. It was on that high mountain that Jesus was transfigured before them, so they could see his divinity. Not only could they see it, but Jesus likely did this on that very spot up there at the summit, where that temple was, where that standing stone was, where the angels' rebellion started, where they descended to the earth according to Enoch. So it is almost a certainty in my mind, at least, that Jesus chose that spot around the temple complex in the presence of that stele or standing stone. You know, the angels' oath to one another, to transform himself so the disciples could see it, and more importantly, so the angels, the fallen angels, could see who he was and what their future would be like. Why would he have chosen that spot? It was the location of Satan's minions' attack on the world, and God was going to announce his counterattack at that same location. That counterattack, of course, would take place shortly on the cross and ultimately conclude at the second coming. Okay, so now we know the significance of that location in the Bible. But you may be wondering about the significance of this tablet and what that strange inscription was all about. It all goes back to the book of Genesis in the Bible, where Genesis discusses the descent of the Watchers. In Genesis 6:4, we read, "There were giants in the earth on those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old of renown." Not long after Satan's temptation of Adam and Eve and the fall of man, and approximately 1,000 years before the flood, most people don't realize it was that long before the flood, 200 fallen angels, probably at the command of Satan, descended from their heavenly abode and began to try to corrupt the DNA of men by crossbreeding with humans. This is detailed in the book of Enoch, which is not part of the canon of Scripture, we need to make that clear, but was a very well-respected book, quoted even by Jesus and found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It tells a similar story to Genesis 6, and the angels, the children of heaven, saw and lusted after them, meaning these women, and said to one another, "Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men and beget us children." And Semjaza, who was their leader, said unto them, "I fear you not indeed agreed to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin." And they all answered him and said, "Let us all swear an oath." Notice that, an oath. "And all bind ourselves by mutual implications, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing." They then swore, they all together, and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they were in all 200, who descended in the days of Jared on the summit of Mount Hermon. And they called it Mount Hermon, because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. Enoch 3, 2-5. So according to the book of Enoch, the fallen angels descended on Mount Hermon and took an oath to Semjaza and to each other to carry out Satan's plan to corrupt the DNA of mankind. Now Satan knew, and probably had told the others, that God planned to send a Savior, the Messiah, to crush Satan's head, and that Messiah would come from the seed of the woman. So he told them, and probably thought himself, that if they corrupted all the seed or DNA of women, there could be no Messiah. That was their plan. An inscription on the steel or standing stone is just such an oath. Let's look at it again. "This, according to the command of the greatest and most holy God, those who take the oath proceed from here." So who was this greatest and most holy God? Was it the one true God of the Bible? Or was it Satan, who was their little g God? If this inscription was truly about the fallen angels, it wasn't the true God who gave this command, but rather it was Satan. So why does it say he was the greatest and holy God? Well, maybe it actually doesn't say that. In a discussion I had with Pastor Doug Hamp, I learned that this inscription might have more to it than the translation I just read to you. Is that why the steel or standing stone isn't visible to the public anymore? Well, it might be part of it. Here's what Doug said. And pay attention, because this is fascinating, and he really did great work in uncovering this. It didn't make any sense at all. It just wasn't working. So I wanted to see the inscription, to see what it actually said on the inscription. When I finally was able to track this thing down, and I started looking at it, I'm like, wait a second, it doesn't say holy. It says great, but it doesn't say holy. In fact, it's just not a Greek word. That's the bottom line. It's not a Greek word at all. It's a logogram, B-A-D, end of quote. So a logogram is a letter equivalent or symbol for an individual. Just like the tetragrammaton, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, is a symbol of the true God, Yehovah. This B-A-D was a symbol the Sumerians used for their god that was the equivalent of who Satan is. Ancient Syrians used the same symbol, B-A-D, for Baal and Dagon, their Satan figures in their mythology. So rather than saying holy God, it actually says the great Satan God, or the great B-A-D, bad God. By the way, B-A-D or bad is really ironic. And is it possible that's where we got the English word bad? Well, I mean, who knows? But it just strikes me as very odd if it doesn't mean that. Now, this brings us to modern days and the United Nations building this outpost that they have right where the ancient pagan temple was located. And essentially, it blocks all access to this ancient temple. Also strange is the fact that pictures of the temple have been all but removed from the internet. Not completely, but all but. Now, the conspiracy theorist in me sees a direct link between the fallen angels and the United Nations. As you are probably aware, this channel has been reporting for over 9 months about how the United Nations is planning something called the Summit for the Future in late September 2024, at which time they're hoping to get the nations to surrender their national sovereignty to the UN, so the UN will essentially control the governments of the world, and that this pact that the nations are planning to make amongst themselves and with the UN could be the covenant with the many from Daniel 9:27. You know, the one that launches the tribulation period. And I just find it odd that that standing stone or steel has a pact on it as well. A pact then, a pact in the future, fallen angels taking orders from Satan, possibly, the UN taking orders from a similar source. Adding to the intrigue is that UN building on the top of Mount Hermon is part of something called the UNDOF, the United Nations Disengagement Observer Force, which is located there between Israel and Syria to try and keep the peace. An Israeli-Palestinian peace plan will likely be part of the covenant with the many. So, a peacekeeping force hiding a temple of fallen angels? A number of interrelated biblical storylines all seem to interact and intersect right here at this one spot on the top of Mount Hermon, where the fallen angels descended and where Jesus counterattacked by being transformed before his disciples and before them. You just simply can't make this up. And now it's a UN site and it's being hidden from the public. I mean, this is too incredible to not have end-time meeting. And you know, all of this seems to go back to 1947 and a supernatural event that happened that year. And within 2 more years after that event, Israel would become a nation. The Dead Sea Scrolls would be located. The United Nations would form. And UFO sightings would multiply all over the globe. All of these events appear necessary for the end times. Click right here to keep watching and discover the mystery of what may have happened in the desert of the USA in 1947 that led to all this. Till then, this is Nelson, and I'll see you there.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here in Munich again. As the title of our discussion implies, today's global order is not working for everyone. In fact, I would go further and say it's not working for anyone. Our world is facing existential challenges, but the global community is more fragmented and divided than at any time during the past 75 years. Even the Cold War era was, in some ways, less dangerous. The threat of nuclear war was real and existential. That's why the United States and the Soviet Union agreed on arms reductions and controls and other mechanisms to prevent mutually assured destruction. Today, in our multipolar world, we still face the nuclear danger. And we are dealing with 2 more threats with existential dimensions: the climate crisis and the risks of uncontrolled artificial intelligence. And we have been unable to take effective steps to respond to any of these existential challenges. Multipolarity has created important opportunities for balance and justice and for new leadership on the global stage. But the transition to multipolarity without strong global institutions can create chaos. When power relations are vague, the dangers of aggressive opportunism and miscalculation grow. And today we see countries doing whatever they like with no accountability. Impunity seems to be the name of the game, and so we must all be determined to reestablish the primacy of the rule of law. As the Munich Security Report makes clear, Relative gains through competition between countries are being prioritized over absolute gains for all through cooperation. And crises are multiplying, linked to competition and impunity. A global order that works for everyone must address these gaps and provide solutions. Excellencies, if countries fulfill their obligations under the UN Charter and international law, every person on earth would live in peace and dignity. The problem is that many governments are ignoring these commitments. Millions of civilians are paying a terrible price, and record numbers have been forced to flee. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, nothing can justify the unconscionable terror attacks launched by Hamas on 7 October against Israel. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people in Israel's military response. The situation in Gaza is an appalling indictment of the deadlock in global relations. The level of death and destruction is shocking in itself, and the war is also spilling over borders across the region and affecting global trade. The humanitarian aid operation is now on life support. It's barely functioning. Humanitarians are working under unimaginable conditions, including live fire, multiple physical obstacles and Israel restrictions, as well as the breakdown of public order. Rafah is at the core of the entire humanitarian aid operation. An all-out offensive on the city would be devastating for the 1.5 million Palestinian civilians there who are already on the edge of survival. I've repeatedly called for an immediate and unconditional release of all hostages and a humanitarian ceasefire. That is the only way to massively scale up aid delivery in Gaza. And this must be the foundation for concrete and irreversible steps towards a two-state solution based on international law and United Nations resolutions. Excellencies, the war triggered by Russian invasion of Ukraine in clear violation of the UN Charter has no place in Europe of the 21st century. 2 years in, the cost in human lives and suffering is appalling, and the impact on the global economy has been particularly devastating for developing countries. We desperately need a just and sustained peace for Ukraine, for Russia, and for the world. But a peace in line with UN Charter and international law, which establishes the obligation to respect the territorial integrity of sovereign states. And around the world, from the Sahel to Libya and Sudan, from the Great Lakes to the Horn of Africa, from Yemen to Myanmar, we need concerted efforts to strengthen regional organizations and for global powers to pressure the parties to the war to come to the peace table and pursue their goals through negotiations. The recent decision of the Security Council to support African Union-led peace-enforcing and counter-terrorism operations is an important step in the right direction. Excellencies, beyond this immediate crisis, we need to strengthen the global peace and security architecture to deal with today's threats and challenges. Those who drafted the UN Charter did not conceive of the climate crisis, artificial intelligence, or cyber weapons. The new agenda for peace, to be discussed at the Summit of the Future in September, aims to update our collective security systems based on a more networked and inclusive multilateralism for a world in transition. From reform of the UN Security Council to a recommitment to eliminating nuclear weapons and the role of sustainable development and climate action in preventing conflict, the new agenda for peace seeks to update global commitments for the challenges of today and tomorrow. It includes measures to prevent the further fragmentation of global trade rules, supply chains, and more. And it calls for new norms and frameworks to regulate new technologies in the military domain. Excellencies, competition at the global level cannot obscure the divisions we see around us. Communities are driven by hate speech, discrimination, and deepening polarization. Truths and facts are being drained of all meaning in an age of deep fakes and disinformation. We are witnessing an intolerable explosion of anti-Semitism and other forms of religious and racial hatred. Divided societies are weak societies, where extremist narratives can take hold and tensions quickly escalate into violence, undermining democratic values. Tech companies should assume their responsibilities and stop profiting from the amplification of toxic content of all kinds. And we need a new emphasis on social cohesion and the security of every individual through a renewed social contract based on justice and inclusion and anchored in human rights. And this will be the focus of the World Social Summit we'll host next year. Excellencies, now we come to the pie of the next discussion, the global economy. Everyone is fighting for a piece of that pie, but zero-sum mindsets mean everyone may get zero, increasing threats to security and prosperity for all. We need peace with justice. Today's global financial architecture, based on frameworks agreed nearly 8 years ago, is outdated, dysfunctional, and unfair. It has failed the world's poorest countries, still suffering the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine. They will owe more in debt service this year than their public spending on health, education, and infrastructure combined. And unfortunately, we still lack an effective debt relief mechanism. All this is a development emergency with deep implications for global security. We need urgent action in two areas: a stimulus of $500 billion annually in affordable long-term finance for developing countries to invest in the Sustainable Development Goals as endorsed by the UN General Assembly in September. And we are working with a small group of heads of state to champion and monitor its implementation. And we need a new Bretton Woods movement to reform the global financial architecture so that it corresponds to today's global economy and is able to create a true global safety net, in particular for developing countries drowning in debt. The Summit of the Future will consider the need for deep reforms to make these institutions and frameworks truly universal and inclusive and based in the rule of law. This is essential to create a global economy that works for everyone, everywhere. Excellencies, finally, we must end our war with nature. The climate crisis is gathering pace. Last year was the hottest on record. It would be the coolest for many years to come. The next few years are decisive. Emissions must have peaked by next year, 2025, and must fall by 45% by 2030. We have the tools. We know what to do. We need to progressively phase out fossil fuels and promote a just and equitable transition to renewable energy, led by the G20 countries that are responsible for 80% of global emissions. The next 2 years must see ambitious national determined contributions, national climate plans from every country covering every sector. And we also need to triple global renewable energy capacity, double energy efficiency by 2030, and unlock the necessary finance for developing countries from public and private sources so that they can meet the growing demand for electricity with the infinite clean energy of renewables. All financial commitments made by developed countries in support of climate action, both in mitigation and adaptation, must be met. Excellencies, it is clear that our world is in deep trouble. Global governance in its present form is entrenching divisions and fueling discontent. We must work based on justice with renewed urgency and solidarity. There is always an opportunity to create a more inclusive, comprehensive, and effective global order that works for everyone based on international law. A safer world and a bigger pie for all That is the objective of the UN Summit of the Future in September. Let's seize the opportunity, and I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your speech, and I think everybody here is behind me supporting you for the Summit of the Future, for the goal to establish a global order that works for all. I'm now very happy to announce the panelists of our.
According to the Bible, the birth of Jesus Christ was a miraculous event, celebrated as one of the most significant moments in religious and cultural history, especially during the Christmas festivities. Many are already aware that December 25th is celebrated as the day of Jesus Christ's birth. However, it is legitimate to question whether this is the correct date and if there is a specific date for Jesus' birth. At this moment, I will discuss the true date of Jesus' birth, considering Hebrew, historical, theological, and Jewish calendar perspectives. I invite everyone to watch the video until the end to discover the true story of the birth of Jesus Christ. Share this video with friends and family who want to learn more about the scriptures. Firstly, I want to emphasize that the attribution of December 25th as the birth date of Jesus was, in fact, an invention of the Roman Catholic papacy. It was observed that this date was celebrated by non-Catholic peoples, such as barbarians and Celts, who worshipped their gods and entities. The Roman Catholics saw an opportunity to convert these people and decided to celebrate Jesus' birth on the same day as the existing festivities on December 25th. Thus, the well-known date of Jesus' birth on December 25th emerged. However, it is important to note that this claim is false. In reality, this assertion was a strategy used by Catholics to claim it as the birth of Jesus. Examples of deities worshipped on December 25th, such as the Egyptian god Osiris and the Persian god Mitra, among others, contribute to questioning this attribution. However, Jesus Christ, or Yeshua HaMashiach, was not born on December 25th, as currently celebrated by many people. It is important to clarify that Jesus Christ definitely was not born on that day, historically associated with the worship of various pagan entities. The month of December in the Jewish calendar is of utmost importance for all of you watching. It is crucial to understand that there is a significant difference between the Jewish Israelite calendar and the Gregorian calendar we use. Therefore, pay close attention to this information. The calendars are distinct, and it is crucial to understand, first and foremost, that the month of December in the Jewish calendar differs considerably. For instance, it is called the month of Kislev. The reason behind this name is related to the fact that to discover the month in which Jesus was born, it is necessary to examine and understand the Jewish calendar. As mentioned earlier, Christ was Jewish and did not follow our Gregorian calendar. Therefore, the equivalent to the month of December in the Jewish calendar is the month of Kislev. It is worth noting that Kislev, in Israel, especially in Jerusalem, is a cold and rainy month. And it is important to remember that, in the narrative of Christ's birth, the shepherds were tending to their flocks freely before the arrival of the angel. A crucial consideration is understanding that, in the Jewish calendar, or Israelite calendar, the year actually begins in our months of March and April, not in January, according to the Gregorian calendar. This is the first point you need to grasp. Now, how to discover the date of Jesus' birth? In which month was Christ born? As reported in the book of Luke, chapter 1, verse 5, during the time of Herod, the king of Judea, there was a priest named Zechariah, who belonged to the priestly division of Abijah. His wife, Elizabeth, was a descendant of Aaron. It is relevant to understand the rotation of Abijah, established by King David in Chronicles, chapter 24. This arrangement determined that each priestly family would attend to spiritual matters for approximately 15 days. These days were converted into months, and the month in question is the 8th month of Abijah, in which Zechariah, the husband of Elizabeth and a Levite, was on duty. It is important to note that, in the Jewish calendar, the 8th month is Cheshvan. It is fundamental to highlight that the birth of Jesus occurred miraculously. The biblical text of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 18, recounts that the birth of Jesus Christ happened this way. Mary, promised in marriage to Joseph, was found to be pregnant by the Holy Spirit before they came together. In another passage, the biblical text reveals that the young Mary received a visit from the angel Gabriel, who announced that she would have a son. Despite her surprise, Mary was informed that the Holy Spirit would overshadow her, and the child born would be called the Holy Son of God. The Bible does not omit the fact that Joseph faced difficulties in dealing with this situation. However, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, explaining that he should not hesitate to take Mary as his wife, as her pregnancy was the work of the Holy Spirit. The child to be born of her would be the one who would save his people from their sins. Next, the biblical text narrates that Jesus was born during Joseph and Mary's journey from Nazareth to Bethlehem due to the ongoing census. Since Joseph was from Bethlehem, he had to register in the small town, thus fulfilling the prophetic scripture of Micah, which announced that the Messiah would be born in Bethlehem, the city of David. The day of Jesus' birth in Bethlehem was not easy. Joseph found no room in the inn for him and his pregnant wife. As a result, Jesus was born in a stable and placed in a manger. While still in the manger, a group of shepherds visited him, alerted by an angel of the Lord while they were tending their flocks at night. 8 days after his birth, Jesus was circumcised and consecrated to the Lord in the temple in Jerusalem, according to the law. Now, turning to the account of Mary in the book of Luke, chapter 1, verses 26 and 27, it is mentioned that, in the 6th month, God sent the angel Gabriel to Nazareth, a city in Galilee, to announce to a virgin promised in marriage to a man named Joseph, a descendant of David. The virgin's name was Mary. Note the information that in the 6th month, Gabriel came to announce the pregnancy. When considering the 6th month in the Jewish calendar and counting 9 months until the birth, the conclusion is that Jesus would have been born in the month of Cheshvan, that is, in October. Few are familiar with this perspective, but it is a relevant consideration to understand the possible month of Jesus' birth. Although the specific date remains a mystery, it is suggested that Jesus may have been born in October, in the month of Cheshvan, in the Jewish calendar. The birth of Jesus is central to the Christian faith, witnessing the incarnation of the second person of the Trinity. He truly became human, born in a virginal manner, indicating that he did not inherit original sin. His birth points to the full and indivisible union of the divine and human natures of Christ. Although Jesus was not born on December 25th, the birth of Jesus Christ is celebrated at Christmas, a festival that transcends borders and unites people of different cultures and traditions. It is a time of reflection, love, and solidarity, reminding us of the profound meaning of the message that Jesus brought to the world, the message of love, compassion, forgiveness, and hope. Regardless of individual beliefs, the story of the birth of Jesus Christ continues to inspire millions of people, reminding us of the importance of humility, acceptance, and the transformative power of our Lord's love. The story of Jesus Christ and his birth resonates through the centuries, inspiring worship, reflection, and joy during the Christmas season. He is portrayed not only as a historical figure but as the Emmanuel, God with us, whose birth brought divine light to illuminate the path of humanity. Thus, Christmas remains a celebration that unites hearts and minds, reminding us of the most precious gift in history, the birth of the one called the Prince of Peace and the light of the world. I thank everyone who has followed us this far. I hope you enjoyed learning more about the birth of Jesus Christ, the one who carried the cross of our sins. As the Apostle Paul states, Christ died for our sins, as it is written in the Holy Scriptures, he was buried, and on the 3rd day he was raised to life, as it is written in the Scriptures, 1 Corinthians 15 verses 3 and 4. It was for love that Jesus died. His death was the means by which God's love reached us. God bless, see you soon.
We've all heard the biblical origins of Christmas, but societies have been celebrating light and birth in the darkest days of winter centuries before Jesus walked the earth. In the Norse country, this winter celebration was known as Yule. Around December 21st, the winter solstice, fathers and sons dragged evergreens indoors as reminders of life and set logs on fire as a promise of good fortune. Ancient Rome had its own December festivals. 1 week before the winter solstice, Romans began celebrating Saturnalia, an orgy of food and drink in honor of Saturn, the god of agriculture. Some Romans, particularly soldiers and government officials, also worshipped Mithra, the sun god. It is believed that to this small but powerful sect, the birthday of Mithra, December 25th, was the holiest day of the year. By the 1st century AD, pagan traditions were being challenged as Christianity took hold throughout the empire. But Christ's birth date remained a mystery, since the Bible doesn't mention exactly when he was born. Since pagan Rome already celebrated the birth of Mithra on December 25th, it is theorized the Church adopted the date as the birth of the Christ child. In the 4th century, the Church made it official, declaring December 25th as the feast day of the Nativity. The Church knew it could not outlaw the pagan traditions of Christmas, so it came to accept them. The evergreens traditionally brought indoors were decorated with apples, symbolizing the Garden of Eden. These apples would eventually become Christmas ornaments. The story of Santa Claus also begins in the 4th century with the death of Nicholas, a beloved Turkish bishop. The anniversary of his death became known as St. Nicholas Day. On December 6th, good children woke to gifts from the kindly saint. Bad children sulked away with nothing. In Holland, he was known as Sinterklaas. 1,500 years later in America, a seminary professor named Clement Clark Moore reimagined the legend of St. Nicholas. In 1822, Moore wrote a poem called The Night Before Christmas about a good-natured saint named Santa Claus, who was pulled by a group of reindeer and came down the chimney on Christmas Eve. Like St. Nicholas, Santa Claus spread good cheer and gave gifts to children. Less clear was exactly what this Santa Claus looked like. Then in 1863, Thomas Nast, a cartoonist for Harper's Weekly, settled the matter once and for all with his version of the Christmas saint. Nast's Santa was rotund and jolly, with a full white beard and a sack full of toys. An American icon was born.
It was common for many religions, long before the advent of Yahweh and Jesus, to have gods who were born in mysterious, miraculous ways, sometimes to virgins, and who came to earth to perform miracles, teach about judgment and the afterlife, and die and resurrect. While these stories are different from those of Christ, common archetypes in cultures close to Palestine suggest pagan influences on the biblical account of Christ's birth. It is noteworthy that many human gods celebrate their birthdays on December 25. As far as Christians are concerned, Christ was not actually born on this date. Biblical scholars believe he was born in the spring, because the Bible mentions shepherds in the fields at his birth. It wasn't until the 4th century AD that the idea that Jesus was born on December 25 achieved historical prominence. There is no mention of Christ's birth on December 25 among the earliest Christian authors, such as Origen, Tertullian, Irenaeus, and the Gospel authors. In this video, let's look at pagan gods and demigods recorded to be born by virgins in December. Late December, the time of the winter solstice, in the Northern Hemisphere, the shortest day and longest night of the year, was full of pagan European celebrations. It was around the year 274 AD that the Roman Empire declared December 25 a day of celebration for the birth of the Syrian god Sol Invictus. Almost 50 years later, the Roman Emperor Constantine officially proclaimed December 25 as Christ's birthday. It is interesting to note that many gods are born to women, with names derived from the word me, meaning mothers, such as Mira in Syrian mythology, Maya in Greek mythology, Maya in Hindu mythology, and Mary in Hebrew mythology. It was common for gods or demigods to be born amid incredible sights and was often caused by the actions of another god. John D. Kaiser writes, "We learn from classical authors that the notion of the gods visiting mortal women, and becoming fathers of their children was commonly entertained throughout the Near East in Greek and Roman times. The gods have lived on earth in the likeness of men was a common saying among ancient pagans, and supernatural events were believed in as explanations of the gods' arrival upon earth in human guise. The birth of various man-gods was allegedly signaled by stars, meteors, and heavenly lights, including Christ, Yu, Lao Tzu, various Roman Caesars, and Buddha, see Giluli. This parallels the strange and fantastic events that surround the births of purely mythological figures, such as Osiris in Syria, Trinity in Egypt, and Mithra in Persia. 2,000 years before Christ, the virgin Egyptian queen Mut-Emnuat gave birth to Pharaoh Amenhotep II. Mut-Emnuat had been told she was with child by the god Tot, and the god Neph impregnated her by holding a cross, the symbol of life, to her mouth. Amenhotep's birth was celebrated by the gods and by 3 kings who offered him gifts. Ra, the Egyptian sun god, was supposedly born of a virgin Net. Horus was the son of the virgin mother Isis. In Egypt and in other places such as Assyria, Greece, Cyprus, and Carthage, a mythological virgin mother and her child was often a popular subject of art and sculpture. Attis, a Phrygian Greek vegetation god, was born of the virgin Nana. By one tradition, Dionysus, a Greek character half god and half human, was the son of Zeus, born to the virgin Persephone. Persephone also supposedly birthed Jason, a character with no father, human or divine. Perseus was born to a mortal woman named Danae and fathered by Zeus. Zeus also slept with a mortal woman, though the daughter of a nymph named Io, and they had a son and a daughter. He slept with the mortal Leda, who gave birth to Helen of Troy and other offspring. There is a story that Plato was born to a virgin, Pryxian, and fathered by Apollo, who warned Ariston, Pryxian's soon-to-be husband, not to harm her. According to some followers of Buddha Gautama, he was born to the virgin Maya by divine decree. Genghis Khan was supposedly born to a virgin seated by a great miraculous light. The founder of the Chinese Empire, Fo Hai, was born after a woman, not necessarily a virgin, ate a flower or red fruit. The river Ho, Korea, gave birth to a son when seated by the sun. Zeus, in snake form, impregnated the mother of Alexander the Great. Krishna was born to the virgin Devaka. In Rome, Mercury was born to the virgin Maya, and Romulus to the virgin Rhea Silvia. Though not a virgin birth story, Augustus Caesar was supposedly born when Apollo slept with a mortal woman named Atia, and was later called a savior and the Son of God, whose birthday was celebrated, a birthday that marked for the world the beginning of good tidings through his coming, to quote the Romans. A few years before Christianity was proclaimed the official religion of the empire, the Romans made Mithra the protector of the empire. According to some versions of Mithra's story, he was the son of a virgin. He was born on December 25 in a cave, where shepherds and magi brought gifts for him. The similarities between ancient religion and Christianity make one wonder if Christianity was not an exception to the rule that societies tend to adopt beliefs, stories, and traditions from each other. These and many more themes in ancient religion are the reason many Christians do not want to celebrate or associate Jesus Christ with December 25th.
On December 25th, Christians all over the world celebrate the birthday of Jesus, Christ's Mass, or Christmas. But the stories in the New Testament never talk about the date when Jesus was born. There are only 2 Gospels that talk about the birth of Jesus, Matthew and Luke, and both of them agree on a lot of things. They agree on the place of Jesus' birth, Bethlehem. They agree on the name of his mom and dad, Joseph and Mary, and they generally agree on the time when he was born, under the reign of Herod the Great. But there is no mention when in the calendrical year this occurred. So why December 25th? A super popular theory today is that the ecclesiastical authorities chose December 25th to coincide with a Roman holiday, either to help spread Christianity or to put a Christian label on an already popular pagan holiday. Today we're going to look a little bit more closely at the pagan origins theory of December 25th for Christmas. Parts of this theory may actually be historical, but there are a few problems with it that should make us a little skeptical. So here are the main arguments for the pagan origins theory of a December 25th Christmas. First of all, by the time Christianity started becoming popular in the 3rd and 4th centuries, the Romans had already been celebrating a huge festival at the end of December for centuries, called the Saturnalia. Now the Saturnalia shows up all throughout Roman literature, but no single text describes the festival in its entirety. So ancient historians are left trying to piece together a fragmentary record to try to get an idea what this festival was really like. To make matters even worse, the ways people celebrated the Saturnalia differed wildly depending on your region or your era. So that is to say, if you celebrated it in Italy in 100 BCE, you're going to celebrate it differently than if you lived in Gaul in 100 CE. The Saturnalia was the festival of the god Saturn and was at its height celebrated between 200 BCE and 200 CE. Celebrations began on December 17th and they could go for either 3 or 7 days depending on the historical period. And the festivities could include public banquets or sacrifices at local temples of Saturn. But the biggest part of the Saturnalia was private household feasts. And I'm not talking about small kinship groups. Some Roman households were huge. Like I talk about in another video, the Roman household could include the male head of the household called the paterfamilias, along with all his kids, his slaves, and his slaves' kids. And these Saturnalian family dinners were pretty weird because they ritually enacted role reversal. The Roman author Seneca writes that the masters dined with their slaves during Saturnalia, which is a huge deal for a society as socially stratified as the Roman Empire. And these festivals were pretty wild. Plutarch writes that the feasting goes on for days, and Martial writes about Roman freedmen hanging up their togas and putting on brightly colored party garments for the festival. Other Roman authors write about freedmen and slaves alike getting drunk, gambling, and arguing about philosophy. The argument goes that by the time the Roman Empire was being Christianized, the Saturnalia was so deeply entrenched in Roman society that it couldn't simply disappear from the calendar. No matter what, the Romans would be celebrating something in the month of December. So either to convert the population or to cave to popular demand, the church authorities relabeled late December, specifically December 25th, as Jesus' birthday, and not something special for Saturn. A second line of evidence comes from the 3rd century, when Emperor Aurelian declared December 25th as the official festival day for Sol Invictus, the Roman sun god. And the argument is very similar, that the church authorities would have been very quick to relabel this pagan solar festival with their own heavenly god, Jesus. As early as the 13th century, people have theorized that Christians started celebrating December 25th as Jesus' birthday because it was already popular with the pagan population. A note on a manuscript from the Syrian bishop Jacob Barsalibi says, "It was a custom of the pagans to celebrate on the same December 25th, the birthday of the sun. In these solemnities and revelries, the Christians also took part. Accordingly, when the doctors of the church perceived that the Christians had a leaning to this festival, they took counsel and resolved that the true nativity should be solemnized on that day." Now, this isn't all that unbelievable. Most Christians had no problem celebrating Roman festivals, and it makes sense that as the traditional Greco-Roman cults disappeared from the Mediterranean, older Greek and Roman traditions would have been assimilated into Christian practice. But this theory has a few problems with it that should make us a little skeptical. My biggest problem with the pagan origins theory of a December 25th Christmas is that the church authorities chose the date. That they somehow had the power and the political wherewithal to say, all right, everyone, today we are worshiping Jesus and not Saturn. But more and more research coming out from this past decade has shown that the bishops of the 4th and 5th century were actually not that powerful outside of their immediate urban spheres of influence. One of my favorite archaeologists, Dr. Kim Bowes, has wrote a lot on this. As much recent research is beginning to suggest, the run-of-the-mill bishop in the West was a rather anemic creature, with neither resources nor the impetus to police the countryside, and certainly not to build or even control estate churches. She goes on to say that it was the landed nobility of the countryside that decided what was going on religiously among the populace. They were the ones deciding to build churches or not, and they were the ones deciding whether to force their workers or families to follow the liturgical calendar or not. So we should be really careful to assume that it was the bishops deciding on December 25th as Jesus' day of birth. If anything, they were responding to a popular majority that was already celebrating it on December 25th, rather than dictating that day as the official day of Jesus' birth. Now, my second problem with the pagan origins theory is even more serious. Half of Christianity back then didn't celebrate Christmas on December 25th. Christians living in the Eastern Empire, especially in Asia Minor and Egypt, celebrated Christmas on January 6th. In fact, the Armenian Church of today still celebrates Christmas on January 6th. But there's no Saturnalia or Sol Invictus festival to blame January 6th, so we need another explanation. Some scholars have suggested that Christians celebrated Christmas on December 25th because it was exactly 9 months after March 25th, when Christians had calculated Jesus to have died according to the Gospel of John. It was believed that Jesus was conceived and crucified on the same day of the year, That is to say, Gabriel visited Mary on March 25th, and some 30 years later, Jesus was crucified on March 25th. And since humans gestate for around 9 months, a simple calculation reveals December 25th as Jesus' birth. And we find this in a few Christian sources. For example, in a Christian treatise titled On Solstices and Equinoxes, it says, "Therefore our Lord was conceived on the 8th of the calends of April in the month of March, which is the day of the passion of the Lord and of his conception. From on that day he was conceived, and on the same day he suffered." St. Augustine also writes, "For Jesus is believed to have been conceived on the 25th of March, upon which day also he suffered." In the Eastern Empire, they did the same calculation, but they were calculating from April 6th instead of March 25th, which results in the date of January 6th as Jesus' birthday. So in both the East and the West, we have Christians calculating Jesus' birth to be 9 months after when they thought he had died, which, depending on your calculation, could either be March 25th or April 6th. The discrepancy probably comes from trying to translate the Jewish calendar in the Gospel of John. It yields different dates depending on how it was calculated back then. So it may well be the case that December 25th was not chosen because of some pagan holiday, but because it happened to fall 9 months after the traditionally accepted day of Jesus' death, which happened to be the traditionally accepted day of his conception, March 25th, or April 6th. So all this to say, next time someone says December 25th was chosen for Christmas because of a pagan holiday, whether it's the Saturnalia or the Sol Invictus festival, you can say, well, why did half of Christianity celebrate it on January 6th then? The pagan origins theory of a December 25th Christmas doesn't account for, 1, the lack of power the bishops had over their local populations. Most of our archaeological research suggests to us that the bishops were not able to control what was happening religiously out in the countryside. 2, the theory doesn't account for regional differences. Not everyone celebrated the Saturnalia or the Sol Invictus festivals, and these celebrations differed depending on where you lived in the empire. Not only that, Christians in the West celebrated Christmas on the 25th, and Christians in the East celebrated Christmas on the 6th. A more robust theory has to account for these geographical differences. And a third problem is the theory doesn't account for the fact that no Christian text says anything about assimilating Saturnalia or the Sol Invictus festival. But several Christian texts do talk about calculating his birth date as taking place 9 months after his accepted conception day, either late March or early April. Ultimately, we just don't know why Christmas came to be celebrated on December 25th. It's perfectly reasonable to say that both of these theories have some truth to them. But simple historical theories that try to explain complex human phenomena are never going to be 100% accurate, especially when those human phenomena are occurring 1500 years ago in a society without mass media or instant communication. As always, thanks for watching and subscribing, and have a happy Saturnalia.
Within 200 years after it began, Christianity abandoned many of the teachings of its founder, Yeshua, commonly called Jesus. Influenced by Greek and Roman paganism, Zoroastrianism, and beliefs that even go back as far as Nimrod and the Tower of Babel, Christianity turned away from most of its Hebraic foundation. Worship rituals of the sun god Sol Invictus, who was born on December 25th, were adopted in rituals common in the modern holiday of Christmas. To continue this veneration of the sun god Sol Invictus, Constantine in the year 300 imposed Sunday to replace the biblical Sabbath. Other holidays like Easter and even Halloween were adopted in favor of the original Hebraic days of worship it once honored. But the rabbit hole goes much deeper, and the church doesn't want you to know the truth. From what the Messiah looked like to the very name he was called by, what you have been taught all your life is almost entirely wrong. Minister and journalist Alan Mansager explains.
Christianity, as we know it today, started out as a Jewish faith, and it wasn't until 300 years later that Constantine started to make changes in the Sabbath, in Passover, and many of the other fundamental doctrines of Scripture.
It's time you came out of the pagan Babylonian worship system. We at Yahweh's Restoration Ministry have devoted decades of study, removing false doctrine to drill down to the foundation of the apostolic faith. Don't believe us, believe what you read in your Bible. All it takes is an open mind, free from the traditional baggage of church theology.
Valentine's Day. We all know it as a time to celebrate romance and love. But the origins of this festival of roses, chocolate, and Cupid are actually quite dark. In fact, bloody. So what exactly is the story behind this lovey-dovey holiday? We'll have to take a trip to ancient Rome. But before we get going, please like and subscribe. Ancient Rome, a place of diverse, rich culture and history, inspired by the many gods, Jupiter, Neptune, Mars, Venus, and more. There were so many festivals in ancient Rome, but today we'll be taking a look at the festival of Lupercalia, celebrated from February 13th to February 15th. Lupercalia was Proto-Valentine's Day, but it definitely wasn't celebrated the way it is today. Lupercalia was a fertility festival dedicated to Faunus, the Roman god of agriculture, as well as to the Roman founders Romulus and Remus. To begin the festival, members of the Luperci, an order of Roman priests, would gather at a sacred cave where the infants, Romulus and Remus, the founders of Rome, were believed to have been cared for by a she-wolf or lupa. The priests would sacrifice a goat for fertility and a dog for purification. They would then strip the goat's hide into strips, dip them into the sacrificial blood, and take it out to the streets. Men sacrificing goats and dogs. Creepy, but okay, I get it. It was old times. But no, it doesn't end there. After the sacrifice of the goat and dog, men would whip women with the bloody hides of the animals they had just slain. And to put this more into the real atmosphere and picture, the Romans would be intoxicated and without clothes. And far from being fearful, Roman women would line up for the men and welcome the touches of the hides, because it was believed to make them more fertile in the coming year. And this spine-chilling festival actually included a matchmaking lottery, in which all the young women in the city would place their names in a big urn. The city's bachelors would each choose a name and become paired for the year with his chosen woman. These matches often ended in marriage. The ancient Romans may also be responsible for the name of our modern-day love. Emperor Claudius II executed 2 men, both named Valentine on February 14th of different years in the 3rd century. Their martyrdom was honored by the Catholic Church with the celebration of Saint Valentine's Day. How did we just go from pagan Rome to Christianity? Well, after Christianity spread to Rome and other lands, and Emperor Constantine converted to Christianity, he and the Church adopted existing pagan rituals and customs into Christianity in order to convert more pagans. For example, Christmas was originally a celebration known as Saturnalia. But Valentine's Day wasn't something that was galvanized into Christianity during the time of Constantine. It all happened in the 5th century. So let's fast forward to where it all started. The Catholic Church recognizes at least 3 different saints named Valentine, all of whom were martyred. One legend contends that Valentine was a priest who served during the 3rd century in Rome. When Emperor Claudius II decided that single men made better soldiers than those with wives and families, he outlawed marriage for young men. Valentine realized the injustice of the decree, defied Claudius, and continued to perform marriages for young lovers in secret. When Valentine's actions were discovered, Claudius ordered that he be put to death. Still, others insist that it was Saint Valentine of Terni, a bishop, who was the true namesake of the holiday. He too was beheaded by Claudius II outside of Rome. Other stories suggest that Claudius may have been killed for attempting to help Christians escape harsh Roman prisons, where they were often persecuted. According to one legend, an imprisoned Valentine actually sent the first Valentine greeting himself after he fell in love with a young girl, possibly his jailer's daughter. Before his death, it is alleged that he wrote her a letter signed "From Your Valentine," an expression that is still used today. Now coming to the time of Pope Gelasius I, he muddled things in the 5th century by combining St. Valentine's Day with Lupercalia to Christianize the pagan holiday and bring in more converts. But the festival now was more of a theatrical interpretation of what it once had been, but at least they put their clothes back on. Around the same time, the Normans celebrated Gallatin's Day. Gallatin meant lover of women. That was likely confused with St. Valentine's Day at some point, in part because they sound alike. As the years went on, the holiday grew sweeter. Chaucer and Shakespeare romanticized it in their work, and it gained popularity throughout Britain and the rest of Europe. During the Middle Ages, it was commonly believed in France and England that February the 14th was the beginning of birds' mating season, which added to the idea that the middle of Valentine's Day should be a day for romance. The English poet Geoffrey Chaucer was the first to record St. Valentine's Day as a day of romantic celebration in his 1375 poem, Parliament a Fool, writing, "For this was on St. Valentine's Day, when every fool cometh there to choose his mate." Valentine's greetings were popular as far back as the Middle Ages, though written valentines didn't begin to appear until after 1400. The oldest known valentines still in existence today was a poem written in 1445 and 1415 by Charles, Duke of Orleans, to his wife while he was imprisoned in the Tower of London following his capture at the Battle of Agincourt. The greeting is now part of the manuscript collection of the British Library in London, England. Several years later, it was believed that King Henry V hired a writer named John Lydgate to compose a Valentine note to Catherine of Valois. Now some of you might be thinking, so what about Cupid? I thought if anything, Valentine's might have originated from him. Cupid is often portrayed on Valentine's Day cards as a cherub launching arrows of love at unsuspecting lovers. But the Roman god Cupid has its roots in Greek mythology as the Greek god of love, Eros. Accounts of his birth vary. Some say he is the son of Nyx and Erebus, others of Aphrodite and Ares. Still others suggest he is the son of Iris and Zephyrus, or even Aphrodite and Zeus, who would have been both his father and grandfather. According to the Greek archaic poets, Eros was a handsome immortal, played with the emotions of gods and men, using golden arrows to incite love and lead in ones to sow aversion. It wasn't until the Hellenistic period that he began to be portrayed as the mischievous chubby child he'd become on Valentine's Day cards. Eventually, the tradition made its way to the New World. The Industrial Revolution ushered in factory-made cards in the 19th century, and in 1919, Hallmark Cards of Kansas City began mass-producing Valentines, and February has not been the same since. And now, St. Valentine's Day is more or less a holiday of big business.
As I turned the corner to BlackRock's New York City headquarters, 39-story building, I saw this incredible sight. 10 identical SUV limos parked in a row. And around them, protecting them, were these great big muscular security guys. Not too friendly looking. So, who was going to get in these limos? Who was inside that building? Was it Bill Gates? Was it Klaus Schwab? Was it Obama? How about BlackRock CEO Larry Fink? And making all of this even more surreal, in the park behind the street were literally dozens and dozens of people dressed as demons and witches. Where did they come from? What about the timing of this meeting? Why was this important? Why were there these 10 limos there? Obviously for very, very wealthy and powerful people, important people. What were they discussing inside? Believe it or not, we have a video of a BlackRock executive describing the things that likely were talked about in this meeting. And we're going to talk about all that today. This is Bible teacher Nelson Walters, and that very strange scene is what my wife and daughter and I experienced last Sunday, August 25th, about 6:30 in the evening, as we were strolling around behind the BlackRock headquarters. Well, what in the world were we doing there? Well, my wife and I were taking my daughter to college. She's about to start college in New York City, and I had strangely booked a hotel 75 yards from that headquarters. We spent the entire week in their backyard. Now, if you haven't heard of BlackRock, they're a financial management firm that controls businesses that are worth $30 trillion, or about a third of the entire value of all the businesses on earth. They're housed in a 39-story high skyscraper that they share with Meta, formerly known as Facebook. So the financial arm and the propaganda arm of the globalist governance takeover are housed in one building in New York, 50 Hudson Yards. Well, isn't that convenient? But I bet first, you're really wondering how people dressed as witches and demons just happened to be all around that meeting. It wasn't Halloween, it was August. But this week, there just happened to be an anime festival 2 blocks from BlackRock's headquarters. Every day, hundreds and hundreds of young adults dressed as their favorite anime characters walked right by BlackRock, many with swords, axes, wizard staffs, some getting Starbucks. All very, very demonic. So, was it a coincidence that the big meeting and the demonic-looking hordes were all there together? I certainly don't think the globalist executives planned the anime festival at the same time as their meeting. Honestly, I believe they wanted as few people as possible watching what was happening. But for a person like me, who is spiritually sensitive, it certainly let me glimpse maybe a real-world approximation of what was going on in the spiritual in that place. Next question you might have is, hey, did you take some pictures of who came out? Well, I lifted my phone to take a picture of the limos, but as soon as I did, one of those security guards, the real muscular guys, his head swiveled to take a quick look at me and kind of frowned, and I decided I would just put my phone down rather than have him seize it and crush it under his boot. Security tends to want to destroy records of such things, so I just kept a mental picture of that time intact. And for this video, let's give a shout out to my advisory board of Britt Ashley, Michael Tarrin, Fisher Mann, and Ryan Rigo for providing some of the research. So who are these BlackRock folks biblically? Are they in the Bible? They are part of Mystery Babylon, the merchants of this globalist system described in the Bible as a harlot or temple prostitute. In Revelation 17, 1, 2, and 18, notice the relationship of this entity with the kings of the earth. Then one of the 7 angels who had the 7 bowls came and said to me, "Come, I will show you the judgment of the great prostitute who is seated on many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed sexual immorality. And the woman that you saw is the great city that has dominion over the kings of the earth." So this world system or world city commits immorality with the kings of the earth, and by that, it rules over all of them. It's not the kind of immorality that you're thinking. In modern days, we don't understand these temple prostitutes committing immorality with a king, but in the days of Babylon, this was something known as hieros gamos, or holy marriage. It was a ceremonial act once a year between the king and the pagan goddess of the kingdom. She was a fallen angel and represented in this act by the prostitute who served in her temple. By it, the king gained his right to rule, and the pagan fallen angel goddess gained control over the king. Her control over him was based on her granting him the right to rule. In modern days, the kings are congresses, parliaments, prime ministers, presidents of our governments, and the harlot is the world system that exists outside of government that controls them and dominates them with donations and bribes. It grants them the right to rule by funding their campaigns. Do you doubt this is true? Let's listen to a sting video where the BlackRock executive, Sergey Varley, thinks he's on a date, and he doesn't know he's being recorded. So he spills the beans about how Mystery Babylon rules over the kings of the earth. And please, I know there's bad language in this. Please excuse the language. This guy is secular and an amoral person. But it's interesting, so listen to it, please.
Let me tell you, it's not through who's the president. It's who's controlling the wallet. It's the,
and who's that?
The hedge funds, BlackRock, the banks. These guys want campaign financing. Yep, you can buy your candidates.
So,
All of these financial institutions, they buy politicians. First, there's the senators, and these guys are cheap. You got 10 grand, you can buy a senator. It doesn't matter who wins.
You're still right.
They're in my pocket at this point. I can give you $500K right now, no questions asked.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do what needs to be done? They'd be like, yeah, of course.
And
why not?
Does everybody do that? Does BlackRock do that?
So if you think elections matter, this guy says it doesn't matter who wins. They control the money that elects the politicians either way. And in turn, then the politicians vote the way that they want, no matter who wins. But the propaganda arm of the system, Mystery Babylon, wants you to think that elections matter, that it's the most important thing in the world. I mean, we're experiencing that in the United States right now. Look at what the Bible says about this in the verses we looked at, Revelation 17, 1 and 2. Come, I will show you the judgment of the great prostitute who is seated on many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed sexual immorality, and with the wine of whose sexual immorality the dwellers on earth have become drunk. Now, going back to the days of Hieros Gamos, or holy marriage, part of a yearly festival was passing out free wine. In today's world, that wine is the propaganda that elections matter, that the world isn't controlled by these merchants. The wine is also the affluence we have in this current system that makes people think it's okay that the merchants make these decisions for us because we're rich. Again, sorry for the language these people use.
You're kind of like a fucking gatekeeper at BlackRock.
Yeah, I am. I decide people's fates. Every day, I literally decide how somebody's life is going to be shaped.
That's so powerful. I love it.
Yeah, it's I don't know, the whole thing of domination from a concept is it's so interesting. They don't want to be in the news. They don't want people to talk about them. They don't want to be anywhere on the radar.
Why not?
I don't know, but I suspect it's probably because it's easier to do things when people aren't thinking about it.
The Bible in Revelation 18:23 tells us that the merchants of the world system use demonic sorcery to gain power, selling your soul to the devil, in other words. For your merchants were the great ones of the earth, great ones being commanders, because all the nations were deceived by your sorcery. So it's no surprise that the anime demonic costumes were all around the meeting that took place, in my opinion. I truly believe God was allowing me to see the spiritual reality of what was going on inside of BlackRock at that moment, based on the costumes I was seeing all around the outside. But what kind of decisions were being made inside the halls of that skyscraper? What kind of decisions do these merchants make? How about regard to war? Do they like war? Let's listen. Again, sorry for the language.
Do you have any thoughts on the Ukraine-Russia war?
Ukraine is good for business. You know that, right? We don't want the conflict to end.
Why?
We don't want the conflict to end as a country. The longer this goes on, the weaker Russia is. I'll give an example. Russia blows up Ukraine's grain silos. The price of wheat's gonna go mad up. So what are you gonna do if you're a trading firm? The moment that news hits, within a millisecond, you're gonna pump trades into whoever the wheat suppliers are, into their stocks. Within an hour or two, that stock goes up, and then you sell, and you just made, I don't know, however many mil.
Why would a news channel promote a side in war?
Because it's also good for business too. I mean, what's new?
Pushing the same talking point. You generally, when you look at news,
it's propaganda. Ukrainian economy is tied very largely to the wheat market, global wheat market. This is fantastic if you're trading. Volatility creates opportunity to make profit. War is real good for business.
So they use and probably cause events like this to gain money and use the money to gain power. And all of this is facilitated by the fallen angels. The demonic powers control the global system and the politicians through Hieros Gamos and intoxicate people of the world. That's how it works. I call these people globalists. Globalists possess extreme wealth, and they can live anywhere in the world that they choose. They have diversified international business interests all over the world, and they share these with other globalists and frequently receive invitations to events like Davos and the WEF. You know these groups. And because they can live anywhere, they have no allegiance to any one nation. Rather, they use the nations. And if your nation rises or falls, it only matters to them based on the power they obtain. We care about our nations. They really don't. They also don't really care about issues except how it gains them power, as the BlackRock executive described. Other issues they latch onto and use in the same way are man-made global climate initiatives, global health issues like pandemics, central bank digital currency, digital ID, population and migration, and the so-called social justice. Boy, those are a lot of very current topic issues, aren't they? Well, how do they use these things? Take the recent pandemic, for instance. According to a report by Oxfam, during the pandemic, the world's wealthiest individuals saw their fortunes rise dramatically, with the 10 richest men in the world doubling their wealth from $700 billion to $1.5 trillion. Meanwhile, the world's poor and middle classes, including small and medium-sized businesses like the one that I had, collectively lost about $1.3 trillion due to the economic disruption. Just consider the local shops. People were no longer visiting them during the lockdown. Instead, of course, they were buying from Amazon. See how it works? An even greater power grab is coming within the next month. So, if you want to know why the meeting took place at BlackRock in August, it's because of what's happening next month. The United Nations, which is an extension of these globalists in a way, are planning what they call the most important meeting of a generation. In the back of my mind, I wonder if an anime festival will be organized at the same time, but I digress. Out of this meeting, they hope that a document will be created, a pact for the future, with the nations of the earth formalizing the system of Hieros Gamos that is currently in place, so that the control of the nations is delineated in a formal covenant. Yes, probably the covenant with the many of Daniel 9:27. That is why, in 2 weeks, we're sponsoring a free online event, our 4th Return of Jesus Watch Party featuring Dr. Jerome Corsi. His new book comes right out of what I witnessed this week. It's called The Anti-Globalist Manifesto, and it describes these folks and what we can do individually about what is coming. I am very, very excited to share this with you on Saturday, September 14th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's free. All you have to do is register, and the link to register is down in the description. If you want to understand the Bible, this is a key event to attend. It is the next step in the end times that we need to be aware of. But some of you are probably saying, what does that have to do with Jerusalem? I thought everything in the end times had to do with the Middle East. Well, a lot of it does. But that BlackRock executive's video was filmed back in 2023, long before the current Middle East conflicts. And I think that these guys, these globalists, have had a hand in what's going on in the Middle East today, just like they did in the European conflict that executive was talking about. But what's the next step after the UN Summit for the Future? Where does it go from there? Well, in Revelation 17:16, we learn the Antichrist will destroy the world governance system we just talked about today. Yes, the beast and the 10 kings hate this system, according to the Bible, and will burn it with fire. So that means the 10 kings and the beast must come to power first. They must exist. Want to know how this happens? Click right here to keep watching and discover how the Old Testament and the book of Revelation both describe the rise of these kings. Till then, this is Nelson, and I'll see you there.
Governor Newsom delivering another unorthodox State of the State address today, striking a partisan tone as he defended California's way of life.
Hunter Sowers joins us in studio to break down the pre-recorded speech and the response from his political opponents. Hunter?
Yeah, and they are certainly responding today. Some are calling this just a highly produced video posted to social media. It is now the fourth year in a row, though, that he's decided to skip the traditional address at the Capitol. His message, though, was a familiar one, boasting about California's economic progress and inclusive values as he took on what he calls the delusional California bashers.
This year, we face another extraordinary moment in history for California, for the country, and the world. We are presented with a choice between a society that embraces our values and a world darkened by division and discrimination. The economic prosperity, health, safety, and freedom that we enjoy are under assault. Forces are threatening the very foundation of California's success, our pluralism, our innovative spirit, and our diversity.
So we gave you just a snippet there. The governor started his speech alluding to the November election, and although he did not call out former President Trump by name, he did mention red states and Republicans nearly a dozen times. He talked about California's efforts to secure the border, address the homeless crisis, and crack down on crime. But the California GOP says the governor isn't taking responsibility and is not delivering results.
We have the crime out of control. We have inflation out of control. He spent hundreds of millions of dollars in California, and he's got nothing to show for it. $24 billion for homelessness, and we've actually increased homelessness. So I want Gavin Newsom to just look in the mirror. He's the top person in the state. He's the governor. He's running the state with the legislature 100% behind him, and he has zero results for the amount of billions of dollars that he spent driving up the cost of housing, driving up the cost of living in California.
It's not just Republicans. Californians are growing increasingly frustrated with the state of the state. The latest poll from the Public Policy Institute found 62% think that California is going in the wrong direction. That's up from 40% in 2019 when the governor took office. Governor Newsom is expected to travel to Atlanta this week to attend the presidential debate on Thursday. He was invited by the Biden campaign to do interviews before and after to support the Democratic Party. So, of course, we know he's going to be kept busy during this upcoming election cycle.
He sure will be, but quite a different way to deliver that address.
Yes,
now,
it is.
3 years in a row. All right. Thank you, Hunter.
All right, we have more changes unfolding in the Golden State. Changes that have the crazy policies coming out of California continuing, one bad policy after another, all of which seem to be based around one thing, have one single idea: control. Control what you do, handcuff you, do what we say is okay and nothing else. Well, the latest idea is completely insane. In fact, it's straight out of the WEF Great Reset Handbook. This policy was proposed by the WEF in 2023. They started rolling it out in some European countries this year, but no politician in the States dared touch this until now. But before we get started, thank you for liking and sharing these videos. It really helps out the channel, and consider subscribing so you don't miss these regular updates. So 4 years ago, California Governor Gavin Newsom unveiled the Bullet Train. 4 or 5 years ago, a high-speed railway system. The plan, as Newsom hailed it, was to build public transportation for the 21st century, a system that would run from San Francisco to LA in under 3 hours, reaching speeds of over 200 miles an hour, modeled, by the way, after China's high-speed rail, who Gavin looks up to. But unlike China, who actually completed their project in record time, Gavin Newsom's project failed. It cost California upwards of $16 billion, and in the end, the project was scrapped. This is what the governor said 5 years ago. Watch this.
Abandoning the high-speed rail entirely means we will have wasted billions and billions of dollars with nothing but broken promises, partially fulfilled commitments, and lawsuits to show for it.
Well, 5 years later, what we're left with is 600 meters of steel framing in the Central Valley. That's it, 600 meters of railway just sitting there, not usable, useless. And $16 billion later, the state now is stuck in a $55 billion deficit on the verge of bankruptcy. And mind you, California has the highest state income taxes in the country at 14.4%. It's got the highest sales tax in the country at 7.25%. Highest gas tax at 78 cents a mile. So why then, how is California in this position? Why, after all that money it takes from us, does the state rank third worst in the country for road quality? All that money you give them, and they're at the bottom of the list, 47th out of 50 of states for road quality. Well, it's the same reason why California spent that $16 billion to build a high-speed railway system, and they let the project implode. Incompetence and corruption. So how do they plan to get us out of this mess? I'll let you guess, folks. Even more taxes. But this time they may have gone one step too far. Gavin's new plan, the Dems' new plan to save California, is to charge drivers by the mile. Not just a gas tax, but a road tax. Every mile you drive in California will soon cost you. This isn't just an idea, by the way. This is about to get rolled out, and it gets worse. How do you think they plan to track this? How will they know how many miles you drive on California roads? How do you think? Forced GPS integration. Talk about Big Brother, folks. People always said that California would tax the air that we breathe if they could. That was the running joke. These people are relentless, and the crazy thing is they're going to get reelected. We'll look at this proposal in a second, how they plan to require all new cars sold in California to be integrated with the state. How, if this passes, all new cars sold will have GPS integrated with state headquarters and in real time, by the way, for new cars. But real quick, there was a time when the majority of Californians were civil libertarians and would never allow something like this to stand. They'd throw Gavin out of office at the snap of a finger if he was inserting himself into their private lives. But today, far too many Dems put their trust in government, believing and obeying, never questioning authority or standing up to power. The government is to be trusted, right? Even questioning the state makes you a right-wing extremist. We all saw how far they'd go during the pandemic, the state inserting themselves into virtually every aspect of our private lives, mandating when you could leave your house, who could visit you at your house, where you could go, arresting people walking on the beach, mandating the vax. And a majority of Californians just followed along. Not everybody, but the majority did. Even turning their neighbors and friends into authorities for breaking these ridiculous rules. Well, now they're leveling up, going one step further, allowing the government to literally track our every move. No warrant, no probable cause, for the simple reason that they can, and because they know that the people won't stand up against it. All of it right in line with the mandates that we saw during COVID. So check this out. Caltrans, California Department of Transportation, has an entire website just for this new plan called CaliforniaRoadCharge.com, CARoadCharge.com, explaining why they're planning to do this, how they have to do it, they say, and how it's going to work. Wait till you see this. Look at this. What is the road charge, they say? Quote, road charge is an alternative funding mechanism that allows drivers to support road and highway maintenance based on how many miles they drive instead of how many gallons of gas they use. Just like you pay your gas and electric bills based on how much of these utilities you use, a road charge, also called a mileage-based user fee, is a fair and sustainable way to fund road maintenance, preservation, and improvements for all Californians instead of paying the state's gas tax, which disproportionately impacts those who cannot afford more fuel-efficient vehicles. Everyone would pay a per-mile fee for how much they use the road, regardless of what kind of car they drive, unquote. So let me get this straight. The state of California has been on a 24/7 marketing blitz for the last 5 years, longer, to convince you to trade in your gas vehicle for an EV, even offering rebates, tax incentives if you do. That plan has thus worked so well that now too many Californians are skirting by the gas tax. They say if you drive an EV, you don't pay the gas tax, right? Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that part of the promise for buying an electric vehicle in the first place? So they hoodwink you into getting rid of your gas vehicle by playing up all the money you're going to save. Then once they accomplish their goal, they end up charging you anyways. Pretty sure a lot of people, if they knew about this in the first place, they never would have traded in their gas vehicle, right? And they write this on their website, quote, California leads the nation when it comes to driving more fuel efficient and zero emission cars. That's a good thing, they say. However, because these cars consume less or no gas at all, funding highway and road repairs based on a gas tax no longer works. Even if we keep increasing the gas tax with fewer Californians buying gas, the funding will eventually disappear. California needs to replace the gas tax with a funding system that supports our state's transportation future, unquote. And the scariest part about this, how they plan to track your miles. Well, if you have an older vehicle that doesn't have its GPS integrated, they're going to send you a plug-in device to upload your data to them. Quote, plug-in device. A device will be shipped to your home with instructions on how to plug it into your vehicle's OBD2 port, typically located under the steering wheel. If you choose to use GPS location data, this option will report any miles driven out of state on private roads or on tribal roads, unquote. For newer vehicles and all future cars, well, it's called vehicle telematics. Quote, vehicle telematics. This option is available for newer vehicles that have a connected vehicle account through the auto manufacturer. Tell me, folks, what do you think they plan to use this data for? Do you see them stopping with the road charge? Government has no business knowing where, when, or how you drive. This is China-level Big Brother at work. And remember, all of this because they can't afford to fix our roads. Why? How? Does every other state afford it, but California can't? Californians are forced to pay double the average state tax. It's insanity. They spend our money foolishly, get themselves into this mess, and their solution, take more money out of our pockets. Something needs to change in California. All right, that wraps up the news portion of this video. Now,
hey, what's up, guys? John here. Schools in Alabama and Tennessee have officially closed down. Why? Well, it's because of this right here. This is not over. Everyone's talking about Mark Zuckerberg and his involvement and everything that happened the last several years.
Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg claims he was pressured by the White House to censor content related to during the pandemic.
Every media outlet, every influencer is talking about this. But what they're not talking about is what's actually happening right now, what's happening today, and what's going to happen tomorrow. Because I believe we're walking into a really, really big situation, a really big problem in America, a problem in which we all need to pay close attention to. I mean, everybody's going to be impacted. Look at this, for example. It came out 23 hours ago. And this is schools in 2 states experiencing a rise in cases announced they were closing facilities and switching to remote learning. Alabama and Tennessee, I hear everyone on, in the comment section saying, look, this will never happen in Tennessee. Not in Florida, John, not in Texas. It's Alabama and Tennessee. They're closing down 1,000 kids, 1,000 children, just days in the new academic year. Saying that, this is forcing them to shut down and carry out a deep clean. At one school, children had to abandon their desk and revert to remote learning for 2 days, a move reminiscent of the early days of this. Well, you look at this, you look at what's happening right now in Africa, and then you look at what's unfolding in Massachusetts, the new curfew.
Several towns in Massachusetts are now critical risk zones for a serious mosquito-borne illness,
urging residents to stay indoors after dark until at least October.
We're walking into something really, really big here, I promise you. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly what's going on and why I believe we need to pay very close attention because, on this channel, I talk about personal finance, real estate, business, and money. I don't think a lot of people are prepared for what we're walking into. And I think it's going to present a massive opportunity for those that are and those that are preparing now. Please hit the like button, YouTube, share the content, educate more people about what's going on in this country, in America. I mean, it's crazy. It's covered, MSN's talking about it, Daily Mail. Even here, they're saying, this came out yesterday, saying that Americans to receive free tests again. But are they really free? It's coming out from Forbes, right? When is this happening? The end of September. So the end of September, this is all unfolding. Take a look at this. I mean, it's wild. Even this, right? So this situation, everybody is talking about this, and I don't think people realize how fast this situation is advancing. So if you just go past hour, right? They unveil a plan. So okay, this came out 35 minutes ago, right? So if they unveil this plan, what does this plan look like? Well, this plan is a 6-month plan starting September, ending in February 2025. And envisions $135 million funding need for the response. So you're like, okay, 6 months. Who else is committed to 6 months? Oh, the answer, China. China will monitor people and goods entering the country for the next 6 months. That came out August 15th, right? So from now over the next 6 months, I think things are really going to heat up. I mean, in Massachusetts, there's a town, it's actually 4 towns now, that are on, they say it's a voluntary curfew. Okay, right? A voluntary curfew. And they say it's, they say it's to present, or to really prevent the movement of AAA, which they claim has a significant fatality rate. Like, some of these outlets are saying 20%, 30%. That is huge. That is huge. Now, I made a prediction on this channel 6 months ago that what we're actually going to be walking into over the next several years is going to be a consolidation of schools. And this consolidation of schools will be done rapidly. We're going to see developers and investors buying these schools. We'll see local governments as well. And they're going to start to turn them into affordable housing. They're going to start pushing a lot of kids to remote learning. And this video, here's the proof of it. 6 months ago, schools closed all throughout America. I break down the entire concept of how this is going to work and show this is where we're likely going to be going. Because you think about this. When they say that they need to make things a little bit more inclusive, what's more inclusive than getting a one-on-one type of education based on a child's ability, based on their learning, based on their interest, based on how they digest information, than if they were just to use AR and VR and they could learn from home. They could save tremendous tax dollars, and it would be a great thing for the environment. Don't need the buses, don't need all the traffic, don't need the cars, all that, right? It sounds far-fetched, but this is what's happening. May 30th, 2024, first look, new apartments. It's a former school. Aurora, Illinois converts school buildings into affordable, not buildings into affordable housing, right? We spent $90,000 on an abandoned school and $4.5 million to convert it into apartments, revitalizing project in Detroit, right? To convert old school into apartments for low-income families. This is where we're all going to be moving. The future of education is this, right? This is going to be the future, and we're moving rapidly towards it. So when everyone's talking about Mark Zuckerberg and all this, it's nothing but a distraction, right? Distracting, really getting everyone to focus on what happened the last several years versus what's going to happen in the next couple of years. Now, what's fascinating here is they say in 2030, adaptive learning software will replace direct instruction. Adaptive learning software is a computer software that uses AI to move students up and down through the grade levels, content based on students' performance and assessment questions. Adaptive learning is faster and more efficient than even the best teachers. Even McKinsey put out an article January. So this is before the craziness, January. And they're talking about how AI is going to impact the role of the teacher. So you start to kind of just connect the dots here and you'll see where this is all going to go. If we see, let's just call this situation in Alabama and Tennessee a 15% probability that this scenario grows, right? And the fact that they're doing this nationwide, they're going to be giving out, I would say it's probably greater than 15%, call it 20%, right? If this is the 20% situation, and this situation where it's a 6-month plan is another 20% probability of something happening here, which, maybe it's high, maybe it's low, even call 10%, right? So those two scenarios, 30%. And then you have this situation in Massachusetts, call that another 10%, right? It's 40%. A 40% probability that one of these three situations could be something that completely derails everyday American lifestyles, right? The way in which they live, the way in which they work, the way in which they go about living, travel, all this could be derailed 40% chance, hypothetically, right? That's if we don't see any type of other curveball or problematic situation, which in this crazy world, I would say it's very likely. You just look at the last 30 to 60 days, every week we're getting hit with some crazy situation, right? So you start to look at this scenario we're rolling into, you have to ask yourself, what is this going to mean in the eyes of an employer? What is it going to mean for an everyday investor? I personally believe the crazier the world gets, the more careful employers are going to get with how they spend money. With hiring talent, they're going to be investing heavily into, technologies and resources that are going to be able to reduce their monthly expense. I believe it's going to be outsourcing talent. I believe it's going to be AI and robotics and, chatbots, and we're going to start seeing a lot of investment into this over the next year or two. And I think people right now are so heavily leveraged with consumer credit card debt, with auto loans, home loans, Airbnbs, that if we step into a really big problem and the job market falls apart, which you're seeing a lot of tech companies issuing massive layoffs, how are people going to make good on their bills? Bankrate.com saying roughly half of workers are planning to look for a new job in the next year. Well, these workers are going to need to make about $100,000 a year, depending on where they live, to be able to find another suitable position that's going to allow them to pay their expenses. I mean, look at this, for example. They give you a breakdown saying that 2 states you need to make $200,000 a year. How many jobs right now are offering that type of money? I mean, even in Alabama, you need to make $40,000, which even if you're working fast food, I mean, it's every single one is on the high end is over $100,000. I mean, I would say that's probably accurate. At least $100,000, $8,000 a month, and then if you're renting, $2,000. I mean, you have a car payment, food, insurance, health insurance. You start to add everything up, and then you pay the government, pay taxes. $100,000 is like the new middle class, and I think it's going to be very, very hard for, if half of Americans are looking for work, to be able to go find another $100,000 a year job, or a job in which offers that type of security and offers stability. Now, if you have a job and you're making $100,000 a year and you're a really, really great asset to that company, I would protect that, and I would really try to do everything you could possibly do to make that company more money, to really position yourself as an indispensable asset. Because I think we're going to see a lot of layoffs. That's what I think. And I think if you can position yourself to make that company a lot of money, then that company is going to, see that value, and they're going to want to, incentivize you to stay, probably with raises and, doing whatever they have to do. But you think about this. If schools started to close down, how would mothers, fathers, how would people be able to, go to work if they have kids at home? Probably wouldn't. They would need to do remote work. Now, if you were doing remote work and, someone else, I mean, it wouldn't matter if you're in Boston, it wouldn't matter if you're in LA, or it wouldn't matter if you're in Bangladesh. If you're doing remote work, you're not showing up to those meetings, face to face, and if everything's Zoom, you start to look at what this would mean from the eyes of an employer, right? They would be looking at ways in which they can cut costs. And to me, it looks like that's the world we're going in right now. We're walking into something huge here. I mean, look at this, for example. 39% of Americans worry that they can't pay their bills. That's now. That's right now. I personally think this number is going to go up. But if you are somebody that's extremely ambitious, you really want to do well for yourself, maybe for your family, the next year, the next 2 years, it's going to be a free-for-all. I mean, everything I believe is going to come up for sale, whether it be cars, whether it be homes. I mean, people are not going to have a choice in most cases but to sell or give the keys back, or whether it be to their home or their car, to the lender, right? And so those with cash, stable job, well, in this economy, jobs, right? Great credit. I mean, those people are going to, I think, be the beneficiaries of the insanity. That's why I believe you look at what a lot of these major companies are doing, a lot of major investors sitting on a mountain of cash. You look out on the horizon, it's not, sunshines and rainbows, it's a storm, right? And companies and individuals are preparing for this storm. But inside of storms, I believe you'll be able to really, find some great opportunities. And that's always, look at Sam Zell. He's a famous investor. He passed away. Famous investor. He developed the nickname called the Grave Dancer. And his story, essentially, went to school to be an attorney. And he worked during his college education for a landlord as a property manager. He facilitated a lot of the, everyday work. And then he realized, hey, there's a lot of money in real estate. There's a ton of money. And I want to get my hands on it. And so what he did was he raised money, and he only was an attorney for one day, and then he bought one deal, and then he said, you know what? The market seems very, very high. I have this money. I'm going to sit, and I'm just going to do nothing. And he did that for 1 year. The market collapsed. He ran out there, and he invested and bought so many amazing deals for pennies on the dollar And he developed that nickname, the Grave Dancer. And ever since that, he founded Equity Residential and Equity Office. Became one of the top 5 landlords in all of America, right? I think the same thing is going to happen again. No doubt. This time, I think it's going to be even worse. I think it's going to be worse than 2007, 2008. I think we're walking into something that is going to be a remarkable opportunity for those that are positioned for it. What do you think about this entire situation? Do you think we're going to see schools, these school closures, continue to grow from Alabama and Tennessee, maybe going to LA and San Francisco and to New York? You think that's possible? What about this? What about this scenario that's ramping up right now? And they're bringing forward a 6-month plan. The same thing with China, 6-month plan. Or what about the situation in Massachusetts, right? This is all actually happening. This isn't like something that's, oh, this could possibly happen. This is already set in stone.
Let me turn the tables, Congresswoman. Kevin McCarthy has 203 votes. Your side has 20. So if I'm going to use your words and your methodology and your math, isn't it time for you to pack it in and your side to pack it in, considering he has over 200 and you have 20?
Sean, I understand the frustration, I promise you, but
I'm not frustrated.
He does
You didn't
not
answer
have the
my
votes,
question.
and we are hearing from many people who are still voting with Kevin McCarthy, who are very supportive of what we're doing, and they're cheering us on. So there are more for us than are against us, and they are waiting for Kevin to cave.
Okay.
The American people are certainly frustrated by.
I'm frustrated by you not answering a direct question. You said to President Trump, you said earlier today that President Trump needs to tell Kevin McCarthy, you don't have the votes.
We need to come up with a consensus candidate to elect a Speaker of the House.
Mary Reese, you wanted to commute her sentence. You sent her back to a parole board. She's been in prison for a series of burglaries, not nothing, but clearly not a violent offender. Right. She failed her parole hearing based on having borrowed, I think, hair gel from another prisoner and some other things. And on the flip side of it, you have an offender who was let out and killed a police officer.
Yeah, recently. Devastating.
Devastating.
Yeah, that person that killed that police officer, the district attorney, accused me of being responsible for that. I live the realities. I don't know them. It's not intellectual.
That's
I'm
right.
living them.
Sure. And that puts you on your heels.
No, it didn't put me on my heels. It actually put me on my toes.
Right. You want reform and you want to be progressive.
I want public safety. I want real public safety. I want people to feel safe. It's about your own self-interest.
It's so interesting to me. It's about your own self-interest. Gavin Newsom doesn't give about anyone's self-interest in California after what he's done for the last couple of years.
Mary Reese, you wanted to commute her sentence. You sent her back to a parole board. She's been in prison for a series of burglaries, not nothing, but clearly not a violent offender. Right. She failed her parole hearing based on having borrowed, I think, hair gel from another prisoner and some other things. And on the flip side of it, you have an offender who was let out and killed a police officer.
Yeah, recently. Devastating.
Devastating.
Yeah, that person that killed that police officer, the district attorney, accused me of being responsible for that. I live the realities. I don't know them. It's not intellectual.
That's
I'm
right.
living them.
Sure. And that puts you on your heels.
No, it didn't put me on my heels. It actually put me on my toes.
Right. You want reform and you want to be progressive.
I want public safety. I want real public safety. I want people to feel safe. It's about your own self-interest.
It's so interesting to me. It's about your own self-interest. Gavin Newsom doesn't give about anyone's self-interest in California after what he's done for the last couple of years.
California's governor, Gavin Newsom, he is uprooting his family from Sacramento and going to Ritzy, Marin County, just north of San Francisco. All right, Ashley, why is he doing that?
So his oldest daughter, Montana, can, attend a very posh private school where tuition is a staggering $60,000 a year. No public school for Montana. It is worth mentioning that Governor Newsom says he has to pull one child out of the school because of excessive bullying. Politico reporting that Newsom will continue to reside part-time in California's capital, Sacramento, with his wife, while the couple's 4 children will live with extended family members in Marin County. The location fueling speculation about Newsom's political ambitions beyond his gubernatorial term, by the way, which ends in 2027. Newsom remains a top contender for the 2028 presidential race, and you bet he's going to be in Atlanta tonight.
California's governor, Gavin Newsom, he is uprooting his family from Sacramento and going to Ritzy, Marin County, just north of San Francisco. All right, Ashley, why is he doing that?
So his oldest daughter, Montana, can, attend a very posh private school where tuition is a staggering $60,000 a year. No public school for Montana. It is worth mentioning that Governor Newsom says he has to pull one child out of the school because of excessive bullying. Politico reporting that Newsom will continue to reside part-time in California's capital, Sacramento, with his wife, while the couple's 4 children will live with extended family members in Marin County. The location fueling speculation about Newsom's political ambitions beyond his gubernatorial term, by the way, which ends in 2027. Newsom remains a top contender for the 2028 presidential race, and you bet he's going to be in Atlanta tonight.
The woman says, "Oh, he's just walking out. He didn't pay for that." I said, "Well, why aren't you stopping him?" She goes, "Oh, the governor." Swear to God, true story. Oh, my mom's great. The governor lowered the threshold. There's no accountability. I said, "That's just not true." She looks at me twice and then she freaks out. She calls everyone over, wants to take photos. I'm like, "No, I'm not taking a photo. We're having a conversation. Where's your manager? How are you blaming the governor?" And it was, $380 later. And I was like, "Why am I spending $380? Everyone can walk the hell right out." The woman says, "Oh, he's just walking out. He didn't pay for that." I said, "Well, why aren't you stopping him?" She goes, "Oh, the governor." Swear to God, true story. Oh, my mom's great. The governor lowered the threshold. There's no accountability. I said, "That's just not true." She looks at me twice and then she freaks out. She calls everyone over, wants to take photos. I'm like, "No, I'm not taking a photo. We're having a conversation. Where's your manager? How are you blaming the governor?" And it was, $380 later. And I was like, "Why am I spending $380? Everyone can walk the hell right out."
Everybody from around the world to come here, including hardened criminals, Everybody from around the world to come here, including hardened criminals,
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated. The fact is, you can't look at that television and say nothing happened on the 6th.
Okay. I do that tip. That's good.
You can look at senators that they're all sealed. None of them are open.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Down, and we'll just gather some stuff.
Okay. I do that tip. That's good.
You can look at senators that they're all sealed. None of them are open.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I blame me. I mean, not blame me. I was the target. My family, frankly, blames the certain elements of the Republican Party who had been demonizing me for about 20 years, every election and the rest. Cloven feet, horns on the head, a horrible person, in flames, a devil, and all of that. The sad thing about my husband's assault was that they just made a joke of it. They thought it was funny, and people laughed. So he was an instigator of violence and then made light of
Her sources are reporting, yes, the shooter has been shot. Okay, let's get back to the top of the feed here and see if there's anything new that has broken 70 new posts already. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so that is apparently the shooter that we are witnessing there. That was the footage of the shooter. Okay, so I'm not sure what this is. If this is a joke. Butler police confirms the arrest of Mark Violets, identified as the shooter, known Antifa extremist. Before the attack, he uploaded a video claiming justice was coming. I don't know. I don't know if why would they? It doesn't make sense. If the shooter is supposedly dead, how can there be an arrest? So this is what there's a conflict here that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so let's see if we can just go ahead and maybe we can dig a little bit deeper into this Mark Violets and see what we can come up with. Let's see. Yeah, Mark Violets. I'm just getting pictures of this. Let's try this again. I'm going to search for Mark Violets and see if there's any more information related to this individual. Okay. Okay, so now they're saying he died when fire was returned on him. Shooter is dead. They're saying he can't hit a target because the target is blessed by God and had angels watching over him. God bless him. Okay. So again, here we have this. Doesn't make sense. Arrested. He's not arrested. He is deceased. So here we have. This is the alleged shooter now of Trump. He uploaded a video on YouTube before the attack claiming justice was coming. Okay, well, let's find out what that YouTube video is before they take it down. Because that's what's going to happen next. You know that's going to happen next. Okay. Anyway, okay, what do you got on Discord here, Brian? Did you find something from? See if you can find that video of Violets, because let's find out more information here. Mark Violets, MarkViolets. Mark. Okay. Confirmed Butler County. One person is believed to be dead. Luke Rutkowski. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't know how to find this guy's YouTube video. Brian's looking for it right now. Maybe someone will link to it in here. Search volume for Mark Violets, 8 minutes. Why the spike at 5 a.m.? That's an interesting... Maybe that's because when he posted it, maybe he did post this video at 5 a.m. He's not new to the intelligence agency. He has routinely popped off on the radars, well-documented threats in the past. So he was a known individual in the intelligence community. Now, I don't know, again, I don't know where this YouTube video is, but we've got to find it before it gets removed, because that's what's going to happen. That thing is going to get deleted quicker than you can censor a conservative. Okay, still looking. Oh, is this it? Okay, so this is an old video of him.
Lo dico chiaramente una volta per tutte. Adesso basta. Lo dico chiaramente una volta.
Okay. Still trying to find Is this it? It's in Spanish? Okay, I'm not sure what that was. We're working on it, guys. I can't pay attention to the chat right now because we're trying to figure out what exactly is going on in here. But everyone watching right now, you're on YouTube. Find this video of this guy. Download it immediately. I'm sure it's gonna pop up at some point somewhere. But that's what we need, everyone. All hands on deck, searching for that right now. Wait, what is this?
Passa montagna, occhiali neri e dammi i soldi, cioè così è, così è, così è. Rapina armata, chi è? Passa montagna, occhiali neri e dammi i soldi, cioè così è, così è, così è.
Okay, I gotta get on Discord here, Brian. It's gonna ask me. It's gonna ask me to log in. I haven't opened this laptop in like 6 months. Oh my god. I've got to leave soon, and man, I got to leave, and I got to jump off this stream in about 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. I'm sending it to you right now. I don't know who this is, what it's saying, what even it means. Are you going to run it through DittoDub? Okay, I don't know if we even have any credits left on DittoDub because I haven't paid that bill because we're broke here. Okay, so here is there should be some credits left. It says here, why would this guy Mark Violets? Okay, so this post is saying, why would he speak Italian? It looks like it's the Italian language. Is he Italian? There's really not much more information available. Oh yeah, so try to grab that, Brian. Let's see if we can find out anything else. Okay, so at least we have the alleged shooter's information. Let's get back up and see the latest on this guy, if there's anything there. What is this? There he is, pictured on the left. Antifa member Mark Violets, pictured on the left, posted a video claiming justice is coming. Oh, sorry. Okay, there he is. Oh, what happened? I just lost it. Wait. Now they're saying there's at least 2 people who are now deceased. Tommy Robinson reporting that. What are you seeing, Brian? Okay. Still looking. Okay, so the title of this YouTube video is Justice Was Coming. The video title, Justice Was Coming. That's all I can say right now.
What platform he uploaded that to?
He uploaded it to YouTube, Brian.
Oh, okay.
Looking. Maybe it was uploaded within the last today. It's probably been deleted already. Not seeing anything here that could be remotely related. Maybe it was uploaded a week ago. Oh, my Lord.
Are you searching for the title?
Yeah, I'm just searching for whatever the title was, but I don't think that's... I can't confirm. As you can see on the screen here, it says he reportedly uploaded a video to YouTube before the attack titled Justice Was Coming. That's all we know. There's that picture I was telling you about. Okay. On the left there. Left side.
Justice is coming?
Justice was or is. Antifa caught. An Antifa member. Okay. So Butler Police confirms. So this is now confirmed that Mark Violets is identified as the shooter. So, okay. If anyone has that YouTube link, tweet it at me right now. If you have it, if you found it, I'm not sure. I can't even. This is just all too insane. Absolutely insane.
I start, in the past 12 hours of the Donald Trump Epstein connections. I'll start in the past 12 hours and then we'll go back. So Donald Trump's campaign released a new campaign video, an official video this weekend with some rapper, Kodak Black or something is the name of the rapper. That's how Donald Trump believes he's appealing to the black community. That and by selling these like ugly assassination edition sneakers. But the lyrics of the song talk about a woman going on all fours. You'll listen to the lyrics right now. I'm just going to play you 4 seconds of it. Don't worry, I'm not going to play the whole thing. Then you have Donald Trump doing the weird two-fist dance with the guy who was the chair sniffer streamer, the guy who sniffs the butts of women and people who he considers alpha males, whatever. Trump did that interview with that guy. So he's doing the dance with that guy in front of like a rented Tesla Cybertruck. And then Trump gets on Epstein's jet. So Donald Trump is now using the Epstein jet, the one that Epstein used to traffic women. Donald Trump is like renting that from a buddy of his who's a Republican donor who got it from like the Epstein estate sale. Donald Trump now wraps the Epstein jet, now says Trump 2024 on it. And here's the campaign video that Trump put out. I'm just going to show you 4 seconds of it. Here, play this clip. So I told you I would just start with the Epstein connections in the past 12 hours. Okay, now let's go back. We reported here on the Midas Touch Network that Donald Trump was using Epstein's private jet. Look, Donald Trump's plane continues to break down because he's cheap and his big airplane actually is a horrible airplane. And so is the airplane for J.D. Vance because, again, Donald Trump is cheap and actually doesn't really, has a big plane, but it's not a good plane. So he's been flying around on Epstein's jet place to place. You see him bragging about it there. But I could back up more and talk about all of the Epstein connections here, which I know corporate media is too afraid to talk about. Well, Donald Trump told the New York Magazine or New Yorker, one of the others, I have it right here, back in 2002, that Jeffrey Epstein is a great guy who likes women on the younger side or girls on the younger side. Trump brought his kids around Epstein. Trump hung out with Epstein all of the time. In fact, Epstein would traffic women from Mar-a-Lago. It's an undisputed fact. Virginia Giuffre, one of Epstein's victims, was trafficked from Mar-a-Lago. She was found at Mar-a-Lago. She was homeless. She then got a job at Mar-a-Lago after being homeless. And then Ghislaine Maxwell found her at Mar-a-Lago and then brought her to Epstein, trafficked her from Mar-a-Lago and then brought her to Epstein. And then in the criminal trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, who was Jeffrey Epstein's right hand, the trafficker for Epstein, is Ghislaine Maxwell. Remember, Trump was asked about Ghislaine and Donald Trump was asked, well, what do you want to say to her? She's in a federal criminal trial for trafficking. Donald, what are you going to say about her? What Donald Trump said is, I wish her well. Here, play this clip.
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and so a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well, whatever it is. I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know. Not aware of it.
You can go back to Donald Trump's past in the early 1990s when he hosted the Look of the Year competition with 14-year-old girls. This is documented and undisputed. There was a party, a yacht party Trump was on in Manhattan, the Spirit of New York, where 14-year-old girls were brought on this yacht. Donald Trump and older men were on the yacht, according to the Guardian article. The older men, old enough to be the girls' grandparents. Here are the photos of the girls, by the way. And here's another photo of the girls with Trump taking a photo with the girls from the Look of the Year. I mean, but look at that first photo. I mean, that's horrifying that Trump, that was Trump's business, doing events with girls that age dressed like that. Let's just put that into perspective for a second. And then the men old enough to be the girls' grandparents would grind on the girls. Completely disgusting, absolutely disgusting stuff. Then you have Donald Trump bragging that he would look at the girls from his pageant naked, and he told Howard Stern that he's the head of the competition, so he gets to do it. He said he gets to do it. Here, play this clip.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely sickening to hear him say that. Here's what he said about Lindsay Lohan when Lohan was either 17 or she had just turned 18 years old, and Donald Trump started fantasizing about sexual relations with Lohan because Donald Trump believed that she has mental health issues and said that would make her better for him to have sex with. Here, play this clip.
What do you think of Lindsay Lohan, Howard?
I think she's hot.
There's something there, right?
Yes.
But you have to like freckles. I've seen a close-up of her chest.
Yes.
And a lot of freckles. Are you into freckles?
If the father's a wreck like the way he is,
right?
You imagine the sex with this troubled...
Yeah, you're probably right. She's probably deeply troubled and therefore great in bed.
Back in the day...
How come the deeply troubled women...
Yes.
Deeply troubled...
Right.
They're always the best in bed. If for some reason what I said is true, I mean, they're just unbelievable.
I could tell from the...
You don't want to be with them for the long term, but for the short term, there's nothing.
By the way, here are just some other women who talked about how Donald Trump would, during the beauty pageants, would inspect the girls changing or the women naked, just so you hear other perspectives firsthand of women who were in the beauty pageants. Here, play this clip.
Is it normal to see men in dressing rooms at pageants and the owner of a pageant?
No. The director of the North Carolina, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Alabama pageants, it's very much a family atmosphere. She doesn't even go backstage when the girls are getting ready. Only the female chaperones are allowed backstage in the dressing rooms with the girls. I've never had an experience where there were men or directors or anything like that walking back in the dressing rooms.
Yeah. As I understand, there you have an experience of something that happened the night before the pageant?
Well, not the night before the pageant, but when we were in New York City on the media tour, they were doing a book launch at Trump Towers for the Universal Beauty book, and they had a bunch of former Miss USAs and Miss Universes and all 51 of us, and we did the red carpet, and that was tons of fun. And then they lined us all up, and Trump went down the line, and he shook your hand and, looked you over, looked you up and down, head to toe, and was just checking everybody out.
And you thought you felt?
I felt very dirty. It was very creepy. It's kind of like when you're at a bar and a creepy guy is checking you out. That was the experience for me.
Here's Tasha Dixon, Miss Arizona 2001, talking about what Donald Trump would do. Play this clip.
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him.
And Dixon has strong opinions about what she thinks were Trump's motivations.
I'm telling you, Donald Trump owned the pageant for the reason to utilize his power to get, around beautiful women.
Dixon, who lives in West Hollywood, was 18 at the time.
Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
The year she competed, the theme was empowering women. And after hearing recent audio of Trump talking about women, she decided to speak out.
I miss Arizona, so I veer more on the conservative side. But I just like to choose what's right.
Just here's some clips of how Donald Trump talked about his daughter Ivanka. Play this clip.
She does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her.
Okay, Ivanka, what's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that to her.
If I weren't happily married and, her father.
My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body.
By the way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet.
You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
And by the way, I've shared this before. Ivana's deposition testimony where she accused Donald Trump of raping her. And then she took it back and said that she didn't mean it in a literal sense. And she asked for a retraction in the book that reported on her deposition. And she said, I didn't mean it in a literal sense. After Trump's lawyers got involved, and I think she had to sign a kind of a non-disclosure agreement or a legal agreement there. But, this is the Pandora's box that J.D. Vance wants to chat. Epstein list, reveal the list. Okay, well, Trump's all over it. He's on the call logs, he's on the message logs, he's on the flight logs. During the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, someone who was 14 years old at the time said that Epstein introduced her to Trump when she was 14. It's all over. It's all over. You have the list now. It's in deposition testimony. Think about it. Hit subscribe. I want to get to 3 million subscribers this month. This week, I want to get to 3 million. Let's do it.
Okay. You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book. And you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. When I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into...
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that you like?
No, I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal.
It's kind of strange that Trump can't or won't quote a single Bible verse despite claiming that he loves the Bible, but has no problem quoting Adolf Hitler. Perhaps the evangelicals should rethink who they support.
Donald Trump says he's selling Bibles for $59.99. The former president released a video on Truth Social Tuesday, urging his supporters to buy the quote, God bless the USA Bible.
This Bible is the King James Version and also includes our founding father documents, yes, the Constitution.
The Bible is Trump's latest commercial venture as he runs for his return to the White House. Last month, he debuted Trump-branded shoes at SneakerCon for $399. These efforts all come as Trump faces a serious money crunch. His legal bills are growing as he fights 4 criminal indictments along with a series of civil charges.
Thank you, love. Now, go get rid of that ambassador like I told you. Okay, girls, you know why you're here. Make it rain. 14. I'm Donald Trump, and I like everything covered in gold. That's right, all over the Bible, like I told you.
Thank you, everyone. I did not share classified information. I did not share it. With your ghostwriter? With my ghostwriter, I did not. Guarantee you did not.
My team and I conducted a thorough, independent investigation. We identified evidence that the president willfully retained classified materials after the end of his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. This evidence included an audio-recorded conversation during which Mr. Biden told his ghostwriter that he had, quote, just found all the classified stuff downstairs, end quote. When Mr. Biden said this, he was a private citizen speaking to his ghostwriter in his private rental home in Virginia. We also identified other recorded conversations during which Mr. Biden read classified information aloud to his ghostwriter.
Yeah. Anyway. Thank you, everyone. I did not share classified information. I did not share it. With your ghostwriter? With my ghostwriter, I did not. Guarantee you did not.
My team and I conducted a thorough, independent investigation. We identified evidence that the president willfully retained classified materials after the end of his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. This evidence included an audio-recorded conversation during which Mr. Biden told his ghostwriter that he had, quote, just found all the classified stuff downstairs, end quote. When Mr. Biden said this, he was a private citizen speaking to his ghostwriter in his private rental home in Virginia. We also identified other recorded conversations during which Mr. Biden read classified information aloud to his ghostwriter.
Yeah. Anyway. They're all from Arizona. Come on, you jump in here. What do you want to do?
Want to just these? Right. Did you want to get vice president? There we go. Okay.
Okay, right hand up. Here's the official. Now, guys, look up the Senate photographer up top. Oh, there he is. Oh, there you go. Can I go in with Jess alone? Very good.
Dad's going to stand pretty close.
She's a lovely child. Oh, geez. By the way, if I were young and I had to choose parties. Nice to see you. Remember, no dates till you're 30 years old.
Perhaps his most famous hands-on moment came when he put his hands on the wife of Defense Secretary Ash Carter.
I've got a lot of thanks to give out.
Relax, don't do it when you want to go through it. Relax.
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated. The fact is, you can't look at that television and say nothing happened on the 6th.
Well, listen, let's go from cocaine to this. New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is worried that Joe Biden might derail Congress's push to study psychedelics. Why doesn't she think the president's on board?
Because of negative comments he's made in the past about marijuana. And she says, I believe the president has displayed a regressiveness for cannabis policy. And if there is a regressiveness toward cannabis policy, it's likely to be worse on anything else, specifically psychedelics. So this was an unlikely pairing. AOC and Texas Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw working together on legislation to loosen federal limits on science and research for psychedelics. I know you're scratching your head, but Crenshaw is a veteran, and use of microdosing has shown to be, successful with lessening PTSD and other symptoms that veterans experience. So they just want to research it more, and they don't think the president would help them.
Talking about losing your grip on reality and sanity, earlier today, bartender turned Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez
And a couple of other far-left Democrats held a rally in the Bronx. I don't know, perhaps they were inspired by the huge crowd that Donald Trump got there a couple of weeks ago. But the Democrats' rally, sadly, in what should be Democrat heartland, only had a few hundred in attendance, and they were treated to this absolute cringe fest. Now, just watch this and ask yourself, is AOC okay? Talking about losing your grip on reality and sanity, earlier today, bartender turned Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and a couple of other far-left Democrats held a rally in the Bronx. I don't know, perhaps they were inspired by the huge crowd that Donald Trump got there a couple of weeks ago. But the Democrats' rally, sadly, in what should be Democrat heartland, only had a few hundred in attendance, and they were treated to this absolute cringe fest. Now, just watch this and ask yourself, is AOC okay?
Fourscore and 7 years ago. Fourscore and 7 years ago. Fourscore and 7 years ago. Fourscore and 7 years.
Let's say that I like Taylor's music about 25% less now.
Donald Trump roping Taylor Swift into the 2024 election, reacting to this fake endorsement on Truth Social.
But you know what? Donald Trump likes my music 25% less.
Here's where other
The former president reposting this AI-generated, in no way real photo on social media featuring a manipulated Swift image stumping for the Republican Party nominee.
The American dream was dead, and it is dead. It's dead as a doornail.
It's unclear if Trump knew the photo and its endorsement messaging are fake, but he did respond, "I accept."
Think about how desperate Donald Trump is. He goes around state to state right now speaking in front of teeny tiny crowds, and then he does this thing where he waves to nobody and then pretends there's an audience, or later has his production team do videos where then the audience waves to him that actually wasn't waving him. Here's a montage that our editor-in-chief Ron Filipkowski made. Play this clip.
See you later.
It's wild stuff, right?
I will settle the war in Ukraine, and I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and we will restore peace through strife, and it will happen quickly. I will have that war ended before I go to the White House on January 20th. I will have the war in Ukraine ended as president-elect. I will settle the war in Ukraine, and I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and we will restore peace through strife, and it will happen quickly. I will have that war ended before I go to the White House on January 20th. I will have the war in Ukraine ended as president-elect.
Just this week, it was reported that an illegal alien, and you just look at this, what's happening. An illegal alien, this is a magazine that I've never read. Think of this. Just this week, it was reported that an illegal alien, and you just look at this, what's happening. An illegal alien, this is a magazine that I've never read. Think of this.
His former friends are just sharing who he was in one of the iterations of another one of his phony identities. The Daily Beast reported longtime trans friend of J.D. Vance, Sophia Nelson, released a trove of emails and texts from Vance in which Vance trashed Donald Trump and the late Justice Scalia, said he hated cops, and said his wife had no ideological chops. A direct quote from Shady Vance, now as Donald, which was now unearthed as Shady Vance changed his personality. Back in 2014, Shady Vance said, and this is a quote, "I hate cops," is what he said. Vance's longtime and by the way, today, Donald Trump and Shady Vance are saying that they would give absolute immunity to cops no matter what it is that they do. They engage in crimes, doesn't matter. They would get absolute immunity from any criminal conduct at all whatsoever, no accountability. That's what Donald Trump said. And you go, oh, they couldn't possibly say that. Let me just show you. Here, play the tape.
That we're going to give immunity to police so they can do their job. I'm giving federal immunity to police officers so they can do their job.
His former friends are just sharing who he was in one of the iterations of another one of his phony identities. The Daily Beast reported longtime trans friend of J.D. Vance, Sophia Nelson, released a trove of emails and texts from Vance in which Vance trashed Donald Trump and the late Justice Scalia, said he hated cops, and said his wife had no ideological chops. A direct quote from Shady Vance, now as Donald, which was now unearthed as Shady Vance changed his personality. Back in 2014, Shady Vance said, and this is a quote, "I hate cops," is what he said. Vance's longtime and by the way, today, Donald Trump and Shady Vance are saying that they would give absolute immunity to cops no matter what it is that they do. They engage in crimes, doesn't matter. They would get absolute immunity from any criminal conduct at all whatsoever, no accountability. That's what Donald Trump said. And you go, oh, they couldn't possibly say that. Let me just show you. Here, play the tape.
That we're going to give immunity to police so they can do their job. I'm giving federal immunity to police officers so they can do their job.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Marcos, can I just start with you? You testified a moment ago to Senator Butler that every child gets a Know Your Rights presentation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that before or after you release them to labor traffickers?
Senator, every child that comes into our care gets a Know Your Rights presentation as well as...
Have you read these New York Times reports? These stories, the series of stories the New York Times has done on the children who are in your care. Have you read them?
Yes, I have.
Have you read that children are scrubbing dishes, they are operating heavy machinery, they are delivering meals, they are harvesting coffee, they are working construction, they are working as housekeepers, they are working overnight shifts at plants where they are not paid, they are not going to school, they are not cared for, they are not giving meals, almost all of it illegally. Are you aware of that? That's a yes or no.
Yes.
Do the Know Your Rights presentation help them in those situations?
Senator ORR.
That's a yes or no, I think. Do you really think that you're helping these children by releasing them to labor traffickers and, yes, sex traffickers? 85,000 children whom you have no contact with, and your answer is we gave them a presentation before we turned them over to these people who are exploiting them on a scale not seen in this country for 100 years, a century. A century. It's a disgrace in the United States of America. Let me ask you this. You did an audit, I noticed, where you gave yourself a clean bill of health. So just tell me this. Do you require sponsors to document their relationship with the child?
Senator, we have a thorough vetting process.
Do you require sponsors to document their relationship with the child?
Yes, we go through.
No, you do not. You do not. Have you read the Senate's Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations reports on your office? There was one in 2016. There was one in 2018. There was one in 2020. There was one in 2022. Spanning administrations, what they found is you do not require sponsors to document their relationship with the child. You release them anyway. What about background checks? Do you require background checks on all adults in the household?
In cases where the child is being released to their parents, we do not require background checks. But Senator, I would
Do you
really
require
like
background checks on all adults in the household in any case?
Yes, in some cases we do.
What percentage of cases do you do background checks on the adults in the household?
I don't have that number in front of me.
Do you do home visits in all cases? You can actually see where these children are being released, whose care you're putting them in?
We do not do home visits in all cases. Senator, I'd really like the opportunity to talk about what we are doing.
I know what you're doing, and it's incredibly and totally inadequate. And we can read about it in the New York Times. Since you say you've read it, let's talk a little bit about that New York Times report if we could. Here's a quote from the April 17th installment. Again and again, veteran government staffers and outside contractors told HHS, including reports that reached the secretary, that children appeared to be at risk. Did you warn the secretary that children were at risk?
Senator, I'm in regular contact with the secretary.
Did you warn him that children were at risk?
Safety and well-being of children is our top priority.
Did you warn him that children were at risk?
I'm not going to get into the conversations I've had.
You're here and you're under oath, and this is an oversight hearing, and we need to know what you're doing because you're manifestly not doing your job. Did you warn him that children were at risk? Do you believe that children are at risk? Let's start with that.
Yes.
Okay. Did you warn the secretary?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the specifics of my conversation, but I would like the opportunity
Why
to
wouldn't
talk
you
about,
warn the secretary that children were at
I
risk?
would like the opportunity to talk about what we
Let's
are
look at what the
doing.
secretary said to you. The other one, James. Yeah, that one. At least 5 HHS staff members said they were pushed out after raising concerns about child safety. Mr. Becerra, the secretary, told the ORR director, that's you, right, that if she could not increase the number of discharges, he would find someone who could. And then he went on to say that if Henry Ford had run his plants like this, he would never have become famous and rich. This is not the way you do an assembly line. Get the kids out, run them through, get them out to those sponsors, those traffickers. Why didn't you resign when he said this? Do you think that this is morally acceptable?
Senator, I joined ORR in September of 2022. I believe that was reported prior to my arrival, but I cannot speak.
This is from an article this year.
I can't speak to what the secretary.
Do you think that this is acceptable to run ORR like an assembly line and to release these children to traffickers?
I can assure you we do not run ORR like an assembly line. The safety and well-being of children is our top concern. And by
Plainly
statute,
not. Plainly, it is not your top concern because you have managed to lose 85,000 of them. And the Times knows where they are, or 2/3 of them, and they're with labor traffickers. It's unbelievable. Let me just ask you this. How many kids right now, the 430,000 approximately, unaccompanied children have crossed the border under this administration? It's an astounding number. How many are you in regular contact with right now?
Senator, we have a number of different providers across the country who
But what's the
provide
number? What's the number? How many of you are you in? You said child welfare is your top concern. What's the number?
I don't have the specific number.
How can you not know? Why would you come to this hearing and not know?
Respectfully, if you would like us to provide comprehensive case management to children after they're released from our care, so we can report.
Respectfully, I would like you to do your job and not release children to human traffickers. Respectfully, that's what I would like. I'd like you not facilitate the largest child trafficking ring in American history. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ossoff.
Thank you. Does your user agreement still suck?
I'm not sure how to answer that, Senator.
Can you
I think
still
the
hide a dead body in all that legalese where nobody can find it?
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you all for being here. Mr. Spiegel, I see you hiding down there. What does yada, yada, yada mean?
I'm not familiar with the term, Senator.
Very uncool. Can we agree that what you do, not what you say, what you do is what you believe and everything else is just cottage cheese?
Yes, Senator.
You agree with that? Speak up. Don't be shy. I've listened to you today. I've heard a lot of yada, yada, yadaing. And I've heard you talk about the reforms you've made, and I appreciate them. And I've heard you talk about the reforms you're going to make. But I don't think you're going to solve the problem. I think Congress is going to have to help you. I think the reforms you're talking about to some extent are going to be like putting paint on rotten wood. And I'm not sure you're going to support this legislation. I'm not. The fact is that you and some of your internet colleagues who are not here are no longer, you're not companies, you're countries. You're very, very powerful. And you and some of your colleagues who are not here have blocked everything we have tried to do in terms of reasonable regulation. Everything from privacy to child exploitation. And in fact, we have a new definition of recession. A recession is when, we know we're in a recession when Google has to lay off 25 members of Congress. That's what we're down to. We're also down to this fact that your platforms are hurting children. I'm not saying they're not doing some good things, but they're hurting children. And I know how to count votes, and if this bill comes to the floor of the United States Senate, it will pass. What we're going to have to do, and I say this with all the respect I can muster, is convince my good friend Senator Schumer to go to Amazon, buy a spine online, and bring this bill to the Senate floor. And the House will then pass it. Now, that's one person's opinion. I may be wrong, but I doubt it. Mr. Zuckerberg, let me ask you a couple of questions. I might wax a little philosophical here. I have to hand it to you. You have convinced over 2 billion people to give up all of their personal information, every bit of it, in exchange for getting to see what their high school friends had for dinner Saturday night. That's pretty much your business model, isn't it?
It's not how I would characterize it. And we give people the ability to connect with the people they care about and to engage with the topics that they care about.
And you take this information, this abundance of personal information, and then you develop algorithms to punch people's hot buttons, and send and steer to them information that punches their hot buttons again and again and again to keep them coming back and to keep them staying longer. And as a result, your users see only one side of an issue. And so, to some extent, your platform has become a killing field for the truth, hasn't it? I
mean, Senator, I disagree with that characterization. We build ranking and recommendations because people have a lot of friends and a lot of interests, and they want to make sure that they see the content that's relevant to them. We're trying to make a product that's useful to people and make our services as helpful as possible for people to connect with the people they care about and the interests they care about.
But you don't
That's what we
show
do.
them both sides. You don't give them balanced information. You just keep punching their hot buttons, punching their hot buttons. You don't show them balanced information so people can discern the truth for themselves. And you rev them up so much that so often your platform and others becomes just cesspools of snark where nobody learns anything, don't they?
Well, Senator, I disagree with that. I think people can engage in the things that they're interested in and learn quite a bit about those. We have done a handful of different experiments and things in the past around news and trying to show content on a diverse set of perspectives. I think that there's more that needs to be explored there, but I don't think that we can solve that by ourselves. One of the things that I saw...
I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. President, but I'm going to run out of time. Do you think your users really understand what they're giving to you, all of their personal information, and how you process it and how you monetize it? Do you think people really understand?
Senator, I think people understand the basic terms. I mean, I think that there's... I actually think that a lot of people overestimate how much information
We've spent a couple of years since we talked about this. Does your user agreement still suck?
I'm not sure how to answer that, Senator.
Can you still hide a dead body and all that legalese where nobody can find it?
Senator, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, but I think people get the basic deal of using these services. It's a free service. You're using it to connect with the people you care about. If you share something with people, other people will be able to see your information. It's inherently, if you're putting something out there to be shared publicly or with a private set of people, it's, you're inherently putting it out there. So I think people get that basic part of how the service works.
But Mr. Zuckerberg, you're in the foothills of creepy. You track people who aren't even Facebook users. You track your own people, your own users who are your product, even when they're not on Facebook. I'm going to land this plane pretty quickly, Mr. Chairman. I mean, it's creepy. And I understand you make a lot of money doing it, but I just wonder if our technology is greater than our humanity. I mean, let me ask you this final question. Instagram is harmful to young people, isn't it?
Senator, I disagree with that. That's not what the research shows on balance. That doesn't mean that individual people don't have issues and that there aren't things that we need to do to help provide the right tools for people. But across all of the research that we've done internally, I mean, the survey that the senator previously cited, there are 12 or 15 different categories of harm that we asked teens if they felt that Instagram made it worse or better. And across all of them, except for the one that Senator Hawley cited, more people said that using Instagram made the different issues that they face,
Mr. Zuckerberg,
either positive or...
we just have to agree to disagree. If you believe that Instagram, I'm not saying it's intentional, but if you agree that if you think that Instagram is not hurting millions of our young people, particularly young teens, particularly young women, you shouldn't be driving. It is.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Social media is a very powerful tool, but we're here because every parent I know, and I think every parent in America, is terrified about the garbage that is directed at our kids. I have 2 teenagers at home, and the phones they have are portals to predators, to viciousness, to bullying, to self-harm. And each of your companies could do a lot more to prevent it. Mr. Zuckerberg, in June of 2023, the Wall Street Journal reported that Instagram's recommendation systems were actively connecting pedophiles to accounts that were advertising the sale of child sexual abuse material. In many cases, those accounts appeared to be run by underage children themselves, often using code words and emojis to advertise illicit material. In other cases, the accounts included indicia that the victim was being sex trafficked. Now, I know that Instagram has a team that works to prevent the abuse and exploitation of children online. But what was particularly concerning about the Wall Street Journal expose was the degree to which Instagram's own algorithm was promoting the discoverability of victims for pedophiles seeking child abuse material. In other words, this material wasn't just living on the dark corners of Instagram. Instagram was helping pedophiles find it by promoting graphic hashtags, including hashtag pedwhore and hashtag preteen sex, to potential buyers. Instagram also displayed the following warning screen to individuals who were searching for child abuse material. These results may contain images of child sexual abuse. And then you gave users two choices: get resources or see results anyway. Mr. Zuckerberg, what the hell were you thinking?
All right, Senator. The basic science behind that is that when people are searching for something that is problematic, it's often helpful to, rather than just blocking it, to help direct them towards something that that could be helpful for getting them to get help.
In what, I understand get resources. In what sane universe is there a link for see results anyway?
Well, because we might be wrong. We try to trigger this warning, or we tried to, when we think that there's any chance that the results.
Okay, you might be wrong. Let me ask you, how many times was this warning screen displayed?
I don't know, but
you don't know. Why don't you know?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. But
you know what, Mr. Zuckerberg? It's interesting you say you don't know it off the top of your head, because I asked it in June of 2023 in an oversight letter, and your company refused to answer. Will you commit right now to, within 5 days, answering this question for this committee?
We'll follow up on that.
Is that a yes? Not a will follow up. I know how lawyers write statements saying we're not going to answer. Will you tell us how many times this warning screen was displayed, yes or no?
Senator, I'll personally look into it. I'm not sure if we have.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer that. Let me ask you this. How many times did an Instagram user who got this warning that you're seeing images of child sexual abuse, how many times did that user click on see results anyway? I want to see that.
Senator, I'm not sure if we stored that, but I'll personally look into this and we'll follow up after.
And what follow-up did Instagram do when you have a potential pedophile clicking on, I'd like to see child porn? What did you do next when that happened?
Senator, I think that an important piece of context here is that any context that we think is child sexual
Mr. Zuckerberg,
abuse,
that's called a question. What did you do next when someone clicked, you may be getting child sexual abuse images, and they click see results anyway? What was your next step? You said you might be wrong. Did anyone examine, was it in fact child sexual abuse material? Did anyone report that user? Did anyone go and try to protect that child? What did you do next?
Senator, we take down anything that we think is sexual abuse material on the service, and we do.
Did anyone verify whether it was in fact child sexual abuse material?
Senator, I don't know if every single search result we're following up on, but
did you report the people who wanted it?
Senator, do you want me to answer your question?
Yeah, I want you to answer the question I'm asking. Did you report the people who click see results anyway?
That's probably one of the factors that we use in reporting. And in general, and we've reported more people and done more reports like this to NCMEC, the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, than any other company in the industry. We proactively go out of our way across our services to do this, and have made, I think it's more than 26 million reports, which is more than the whole rest of the industry combined. So,
Mr. Zuckerberg, your company and every social media company needs to do much more to protect children. All right, Mr. Chu, in the next couple of minutes I want to turn to you. You familiar with China's 2017 National Intelligence Law, which states, quote, all organizations and citizens shall support, assist, and cooperate with national intelligence efforts in accordance with the law and shall protect national intelligence work secrets they are aware of?
Yes, I'm familiar with this.
TikTok is owned by ByteDance. Is ByteDance subject to the law?
For the Chinese businesses that ByteDance owns, yes, it will be subject to this, but TikTok is not available in mainland China. And Senator, as we talked about in your office, we built Project Texas to put this out of reach.
So ByteDance is subject to the law. Now, under this law, which says shall protect national intelligence work secrets they are aware of, it compels people subject to the law to lie to protect those secrets. Is that correct?
I cannot comment on that. What I said again is that we have
because you have to protect those secrets?
No, Senator, TikTok is not available in mainland China. We have moved the data into an American cloud infrastructure.
TikTok is controlled by ByteDance, which is subject to this law. Now, you said earlier, and I wrote this down, we have not been asked for any data by the Chinese government, and we have never provided it. I'm going to tell you, and I told this when you and I met last week in my office, I do not believe you. And I'll tell you, the American people don't either. If you look at what is on TikTok in China, you are promoting to kids science and math videos, educational videos, and you limit the amount of time kids can be on TikTok. In the United States, you are promoting to kids self-harm videos and anti-Israel propaganda. Why is there such a dramatic difference?
Senator, that is just not accurate. There's
not a difference between what kids see in China and what kids see here?
Senator, TikTok is not available in China. It's a separate experience there. What I'm saying is...
But you have a company that is essentially the same, except it promotes beneficial materials instead of harmful materials.
That is not true. We have a lot of science and math content here on TikTok. There's so much of it. I created a STEM feed for 100 billion views.
Let me point to this, Mr. Chu. There was a report recently that compared hashtags on Instagram to hashtags on TikTok, and what trended, and the differences were striking. So, for something like hashtag Taylor Swift or hashtag Trump, researchers found roughly 2 Instagram posts for every one on TikTok. That's not a dramatic difference. That difference jumps to 8 to 1 for the hashtag Uyghur. And it jumps to 30 to 1 for the hashtag Tibet. And it jumps to 57 to 1 to the hashtag Tiananmen Square. And it jumps to 174 to 1 for the hashtag Hong Kong protest. Why is it that on Instagram, people can put up a hashtag Hong Kong protest 174 times compared to TikTok? What censorship is TikTok doing at the request of the Chinese government?
None. Senator, that analysis is flawed. The analysis is flawed. It's been debunked by other external sources like the Cato Institute. Fundamentally, a few things happen here. Not all videos carry hashtags. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you cannot selectively choose a few words within a certain time
period. Why the difference between Taylor Swift and Tiananmen Square? What happened in Tiananmen Square?
Senator, there was a massive protest during that time. But what I'm trying to say is our users can freely come and post this content.
Why would there be no difference on Taylor Swift, or a minimal difference, and a massive difference on Tiananmen Square or Hong Kong?
Senator, could you wrap up, please?
Senator, our algorithm does not suppress any content simply based on this.
To answer that question, why is there a difference?
Like I said, I think this analysis is flawed. You're selectively choosing some words over some periods. We haven't been around as long as other apps.
There is an obvious difference. 174 to 1 for Hong Kong compared to Taylor Swift is dramatic.
And Senator Hawley, you haven't voted yet. You're next. And I don't know how long the vote will be open, but I'll turn over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Zuckerberg, let me start with you. Did I hear you say in your opening statement that there's no link between mental health and social media use?
Senator, what I said is I think it's important to look at the science. I know people widely talk about this as if that is something that's already been proven. And I think that the bulk of the scientific evidence does not support that.
Well, really, let me just remind you of some of the science from your own company. Instagram studied the effect of your platform on teenagers. Let me just read you some quotes from the Wall Street Journal's report on this. Company researchers found that Instagram is harmful for a sizable percentage of teenagers, most notably teenage girls. Here's a quote from your own study. Quote, "We make body image issues worse for 1 in 3 teen girls." Here's another quote. Teens blamed Instagram, this is your study, for increases in the rate of anxiety and depression. This reaction was unprompted and consistent across all groups. That's your study.
Senator, we try to understand the feedback and how people feel about the services. We can improve
Wait a minute, your own study says that you make life worse for 1 in 3 teenage girls. You increase
Senator,
anxiety and depression. That's what it says, and you're here testifying to us in public that there's no link. You've been doing this for years. For years, you've been coming in public and testifying under oath that there's absolutely no link. Your product is wonderful. The science is nascent, full speed ahead, while internally, you know full well your product is a disaster for teenagers.
Senator,
and yet
that's
you
not
keep
true.
right on doing what you're doing. Right?
That's not true. That's not true.
Let me show you some other facts I know that you're familiar with. Wait a minute. That's not a question. That's not a question. Those are facts, Mr. Zuckerberg. That's not a question.
Those aren't facts.
Let me show you some more facts. Here's some information from a whistleblower who came before the Senate and testified under oath in public. He worked for you. It's a senior executive. Here's what he showed he found when he studied your products. So, for example, this is girls between the ages of 13 and 15 years old. 37% of them reported that they had been exposed to nudity on the platform unwanted in the last 7 days. 24% said that they had experienced unwanted sexual advances they'd been propositioned in the last 7 days. 17% said they had encountered self-harm content pushed at them in the last 7 days. Now, I know you're familiar with these stats because he sent you an email where he lined it all out. I mean, we've got a copy of it right here. My question is, who did you fire for this? Who got fired because of that?
Senator, we study all of this because it's important and we want to improve our services.
Well, you just told me a second ago you studied it, that there was no linkage. Who did you fire?
I said you mischaracterized.
37% of teenage girls between 13 and 15 were exposed to unwanted nudity in a week on Instagram. You knew about it. Who did you fire?
Senator, this is why we're building all
Who
these
did you
different
fire?
Tools. Senator, I don't think that's...
Who did you fire?
I'm not going to answer that.
Because you didn't fire anybody, right? You didn't take any significant
I don't think
action.
it's appropriate to talk about like
It's not
individual HR
appropriate.
decisions.
Do you know who's sitting behind you? You've got families from across the nation whose children are either severely harmed or gone, and you don't think it's appropriate to talk about steps that you took? The fact that you didn't fire a single person? Let me ask you this. Have you compensated any of the victims?
Sorry?
Have you compensated any of the victims? These girls, have you compensated them?
I don't believe so.
Why not? Don't you think they deserve some compensation for what your platform has done? Help with counseling services, help with dealing with the issues that your services caused?
Our job is to make sure that we build tools to help keep people safe.
Are you going to compensate them?
Senator, our job and what we take seriously is making sure that we build industry-leading tools to find harmful content,
make money.
take it off the services,
to make money,
and to build tools that empower parents.
So you
that
didn't
help
take any
working-
action. You didn't
That's
take
not
any
true,
action.
Senator.
You didn't fire anybody. You haven't
That's not true.
compensated a
That's
single
not-
victim.
that's
Let
not
me
what I
ask you
said.
this. Let me ask you this. There's families of victims here today. Have you apologized to the victims? Would you like to do so now?
Well,
they're here. You're on national television. Would you like now to apologize to the victims who have been harmed by your product? Show them the pictures. Would you like to apologize for what you've done to these good people?
I'm sorry for everything that you have all gone through. It's terrible. No one should have to go through the things that your families have suffered. And this is why we invest so much and are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
You know, why, Mr. Zuckerberg, why should your company not be sued for this? Why is it that you can claim, you hide behind a liability shield, you can't be held accountable? Shouldn't you be held accountable personally? Will you take personal responsibility?
Senator, I think I've already answered this. I mean, these
Well,
are
try
serious
this again.
issues.
Will you take personal responsibility?
Senator, I view my job and the job of our company as building the best tools that we can to keep our community safe.
Well, you're failing at that.
Well, Senator, we're doing an industry-leading effort. We build AI tools
nonsense. Your product is killing people. Will you personally commit to compensating the victims? You're a billionaire. Will you commit to compensating the victims? Will you set up a compensation fund
Senator,
with your money?
I think these are
with your money.
Senator, these are complicated
Yes, no, that's not a complicated question. No, that's
Senator,
a yes or no. Will you set up a victims compensation fund with your money, the money you made on these families sitting behind you? Yes or no?
Senator, I don't think that's my job is to
Sounds
make
like
sure
a
we
no.
build good tools. My
Sounds
job
like a
is
no.
to make sure that
Your job is to be responsible for what your company has done. You've made billions of dollars on the people sitting behind them. Are you here? You've done nothing to help them. You've done nothing to compensate them. You've done nothing to put it right. You could do so here today, and you should. You should, Mr. Zuckerberg. Before my time expires, Mr. Chu, let me just ask you, your platform, why should your platform not be banned in the United States of America? You are owned by a Chinese communist company or a company based in China. The editor-in-chief of your parent company is a Communist Party secretary. Your company has been surveilling Americans for years. According to leaked audio from more than 80 internal TikTok meetings, China-based employees of your company have repeatedly accessed non-public data of United States citizens. Your company has tracked journalists improperly gaining access to their IP addresses, user data, in an attempt to identify whether they're writing negative stories about you. Why should, your platform is basically an espionage arm for the Chinese Communist Party. Why should you not be banned in the United States of America?
Senator, I disagree with your characterization. Many of what you have said, we have explained in a lot of detail. TikTok is used by 170 million Americans.
I know, and every single one of those Americans are in danger from the fact that you track their keystrokes, you track their app usage, you track their location data, and we know that all of that information can be accessed by Chinese employees who are subject to the dictates of the Chinese Communist Party. Why should you not be banned in this country?
Senator, that is not accurate. A lot of what you describe we collect, we don't.
It is 100% accurate. Do you deny that repeatedly Americans' data has been accessed by ByteDance employees in China?
We built a project that cost us billions of dollars to stop that, and we have made a lot of progress.
And it hasn't been stopped. According to the Wall Street Journal report from just yesterday, even now, ByteDance workers, without going through official channels, have access to the private information of American citizens. I'm quoting from the article, private information of American citizens, including their birth date, their IP address, and more. That's now.
Senator, as we know, the media doesn't always get it right. What we have.
But the Chinese Communist Party does?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we've spent billions of dollars to build this project. It's rigorous, it's robust, it's unprecedented, and I'm proud of the work that the 2,000 employees are doing to protect the data.
But it's not protected. That's the problem, Mr. Chu. It's not protected at all. It's subject to Communist Chinese Party inspection and review. Your app, unlike anybody else sitting here, and heaven knows I've got problems with everybody here, but your app, unlike any of those, is subject to the control and inspection of a foreign hostile government that has actively trying to track the information of whereabouts of every American that they get their hands on. Your app ought to be banned in the United States of America for the security of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That the gentlelady from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, who is also the vice chair of our Foreign Affairs Committee and the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee here on Financial Services. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this very past anniversary of 9/11, the Biden administration announced this reckless and extremely dangerous deal with Iran, a state sponsor of terror. President Biden's decision to release $6 billion in Iranian funds is nothing short of a windfall of cash and economic relief for Tehran to use for its military and to fund terrorist proxies like, as we've spoken, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. This was a shameful payout to a regime that is responsible for countless deaths, including Americans. Less than a month later, Hamas and Iran-funded terrorist group launched the deadliest attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. let's be clear about Iran's role in the Middle East. It is the world's worst state sponsor of terror, and it is bent on attacking U.S. and Israeli interests with every resource it can muster. This money should never have been released in the first place. And now the U.S. must claw it back to ensure that they cannot be used to further in efforts to further by Iran or Hamas to target Israel. Mr. Noronha, the Biden administration has mentioned a, quote, quiet understanding with Qatar regarding the $6 billion in Iranian funds exchanged in the hostage deal. What does a quiet understanding look like in practice?
It means nothing at all, because a quiet understanding has no legal basis. It does not legally prevent Qatar from distributing those funds to Iran in the future. And more importantly, in my mind, it does not prevent or discourage Iran from taking, say, Qatari or American hostages to say, okay, now you really have to turn that spigot back on. We've made this practice now of saying you can get cash for hostages. And now that that practice has been exemplified to the Iranian regime, they will use and abuse that as long as this is a possibility.
Thank you. And Mr. Goldberg, the Biden administration said that the $6 billion in accounts in Qatar could only be used for humanitarian purposes. Can you explain why that is impossible to ensure, given the fact that we all know that money is fungible?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. They also said this about the $10 billion going to Oman, the same language used by Mr. Miller at the State Department. So that's why we should take a close look at what's been spent there, too. Obviously, money is fungible. So even if they say this is all for non-sanctions goods, by the way, which is wider than what we traditionally think of as humanitarian, because there's all kinds of debts that can be paid off in that respect as budget support, even if you accept that, we also know and have documented, as Mr. Noronha went through yesterday, so many times in history when Iran has filed paperwork that's fraudulent, front companies, false transactions that have gone to money laundering, that have gone to the IRGC, gone to Assad in Syria, Hulk Bank in Turkey. Remember that massive scandal still being prosecuted today? That was all based on humanitarian transactions, billions of dollars of a scheme that Iran had cooked up and nobody caught it.
Let me press on. Mr. Noronha, approximately how much money does Iran provide to Hamas each year? And would the terrorist attacks that Hamas perpetrated on October 7th have been possible without that Iranian support, including financial support?
They historically provided $100 million. During maximum pressure, they had to institute an austerity plan. They had to lay off a bunch of fighters. They were really struggling on budgets. That since 2021, that funding has increased as much as $350 million. And my view is their strategic surprise would not have been possible.
So the sanctions were working when we had forced them into their austerity plan, so they could not, in fact, fund these terrorist proxies to the extent that they are currently. One other question, because it just rubs me wrong, Mr. Goldberg. Why was the foreign minister of Iran, why does he have a visa to be in New York City right now? I was reading about it earlier today. It's absolutely unbelievable to me that this man who was working on plotting with Hamas an attack against Israel has been given a visa and is currently, this foreign minister is in New York City. Sir.
Completely shameful, ma'am. There are Americans held hostage. Iran is complicit. There are Americans dead. This man should not be in the country.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
After President Biden dropped his re-election bid, his administration released records showing that while he was vice president, his son solicited U.S. government assistance. Hunter Biden sought assistance from the U.S. government for a potentially lucrative energy project in Italy while his father was vice president, according to newly released records and interviews. The records, which the Biden administration had withheld for years, indicate that Hunter Biden wrote at least one letter to the U.S. ambassador to Italy in 2016 seeking assistance for the Ukrainian gas company Burisma, where he was a board member.
Kamala Harris is now facing criticism from one Tennessee lawmaker.
Local Representative Andy Ogles introduced articles of impeachment against Vice President Harris. According to the National Desk, the filing accuses her of, quote, extraordinary incompetence in her duties concerning immigration and covering up President Biden's mental decline.
And this morning, let's take a live look at the post Representative Ogles made on X, formerly known as Twitter, saying, quote, desperate times call for drastic measures. If Biden won't resign, then Harris needs to invoke the provisions of the 25th Amendment immediately, end quote.
According to the Ronald Reagan Library, Section 4 of the 25th Amendment authorizes the vice president and a majority of the president's cabinet or Congress to decide if the president is unable to perform their duties.
And Ogle's statement and filing coming just 3 days after Biden officially rescinded his bid for re-election.
A veteran who served with Kamala Harris running mate Governor Tim Walz accused him of embellishing his time in the service and abandoning his unit just before they deployed. Asked about Trump running mate Sembler J.D. Vance's accusation that Walz is guilty of stolen valor, the National Guard veteran told Fox News host Laura Ingraham that it's far darker than a lot of people think. He's used the rank that he never achieved in order to advance his political career, he said. I mean, he still says he's a retired command sergeant major to this day, and he's not. He uses the rank of others to make it look like he's a better person than he is. Tom Schilling, who also said he was a member of Walz's battalion, slammed his actions as dishonorable during an interview on Jesse Watters' Primetime. I have my stories about what he did to the military when he left us like that, and I was kind of like, are you kidding me? The Minnesota National Guard is disputing Governor Tim Walz's military biography, saying that the Democratic vice presidential candidate did not hold the rank of command sergeant major at the time of his retirement. Army Lieutenant Colonel Kristen Alga, the state public affairs officer for Minnesota National Guard, told Just the News on Wednesday that the governor did not retire as Command Sergeant Major Walz in 2005, as stated on Minnesota's official website, but as Master Sergeant because he did not complete additional coursework at the U.S. Army Sergeants Major Academy. A soldier who does not complete the requisite coursework is automatically demoted, according to Army regulations. The National Guard statement comes a day after Vice President Kamala Harris revealed that she picked Walz as her running mate, and the two made their debut as the Democratic ticket on Tuesday at a rally in Philadelphia.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome to Washington Gun Law TV. I'm Washington Gun Law President William Kirk. Thanks for joining us. Hey, you guys, let's go back in our time machine a couple summers ago. Remember when that Broen opinion first came out and all your heads started spinning because you've been geeking out with people like me and others, and you really kind of were starting to understand the law, and you were like, wow, the possibilities of this Broen opinion are literally endless. That's true. But I told you it was going to take some time to see some of these kind of, percolate through the system. We're going to talk about machine guns or automatic weapons. We don't talk about it an awful lot around here unless we're talking about forced reset triggers or wide open triggers or things such as that. But we got a huge, and I mean a huge ruling out of the United States District Court for the District of Kansas today. They have found 18 United States Code Section 922, subsection O, the prohibition against machine guns, unconstitutional. Not making it up. So today, let's spend a few minutes and let's talk about the huge ruling that says machine gun bans are unconstitutional. Okay, and today's video is brought to us by, yeah, right. Okay, so hey, listen, before we get going too far down the road we're going down, I'm proud to announce that this video is being brought to you by, but don't tell anybody, Taylor Freelance. Now, we would love to show you all the cool things that Taylor Freelance is making right here in the United States of America. That's right, because they're based right there in Bellingham, Washington. But here's the deal. If I start showing you all the cool stuff they're making, well, then Google and YouTube, they're going to kind of crap their pants. Let me just say it this way, though. They don't make firearms, got that, Google? But they will make your firearms a lot better. So whether you're looking for base plates, brass back straps, or any other component to make your firearm better fit for your use, well, then you need to go visit my good friends at Taylor Freelance. Now, normally I'd just go ahead and run the little link right down below, but yeah, you see, Google get a little pissed about that too. So instead, That's a link to our partner page right there. You can go there, and then you can find the good folks at Taylor Freelance and check out all the cool stuff that they're making, because you know it's cool if YouTube doesn't want it here. Okay, America, the case we're talking about today is United States of America versus Tamori Morgan. This is a case that was filed in the United States District Court for the District of Kansas. The defendant here had been charged with being in possession of 2 automatic weapons. The first was a .300 blackout with a full auto setting, and the second was a Glock handgun with a Glock switch attached to it. Now, we know that the way that this typically works is that the court is going to have to first examine, is the activity here covered by the plain text of the Second Amendment? If the answer is yes, then they have to find historical analogs that justify the constitutionality of the regulation. Of course, when we're talking about modern weapons, we're not going to have a lot of very old traditions. And so the way the court has been dodging the bullet, so to speak, is just to say, well, the Second Amendment does not even protect these firearms. The court here, however, they did not fall into that trap and starts its ruling this way. Defendant argues 18 United States Code section 922.0 is unconstitutional facially as applied to him. Defendant first argues that under the first step of Bruin, the plain text of the Second Amendment applies to his conduct of possessing machine guns. The government argues to the contrary, pointing to the language in Heller that suggests the unconstitutionality of machine gun regulation would be startling, and that the Second Amendment only applies to weapons that were commonly used by law-abiding citizens at the time of the Second Amendment's enactment. And I'm not sure what the government was talking about here, because there's a litany of case law that obviously says that the Second Amendment protects all modern firearms in common use today. Now, for those of you who geek out on this channel regularly, you will know that there's an old case out there called United States v. Miller. Why is it important? Well, because the United States government, and states governments for that matter, will routinely cite to it as a means by which they can uphold the ban on dangerous and unusual weapons. A lot of people think it comes from Heller. It actually goes all the way back to Miller. Miller, however, dealt with a short-barreled, sawed-off shotgun that was transported illegally across state lines. So it's a little bit of apples to oranges here. But the court very correctly points out, in relying upon Miller, in Miller, the Supreme Court rejected a challenge to the National Firearm Act's prohibition against carrying an unregistered sawed-off shotgun across state lines. Interestingly, over half of the opinion in Miller was devoted to explaining how, in the years preceding and immediately following the enactment of the Second Amendment, one of the lawful purposes for which law-abiding citizens possessed modern, for that era, firearms was for service in the militia. The court surveyed several laws from that era that not only permitted, but essentially required law-abiding citizens to provide, for their own use, modern military-style small arms. Against that backdrop, the court concluded that sawed-off shotgun was not the type of weapon that would be useful for military service. And there is a lot of truth to that. In fact, not only were you expected, it was almost demanded of you that if you were a member of the militia or of the political community that could serve in the militia, you were literally required to have modern weaponry in the event of conflict. So with that in mind, this court was not persuaded at all by the government's first argument, which is, hey, the Second Amendment, it doesn't even protect this particular type of firearm, as the court ruled. Heller, because it predates Bruin, however, certainly does not say that the Second Amendment does not apply to bearable machine guns. It merely implies that restrictions on dangerous and unusual weapons can be consistent with this nation's history and tradition of firearm regulation. This touches on what is now the second step of Bruin rather than the first step. Suffice it to say that the weapons at issue in this case are bearable arms that under Bruin's first step are covered by the plain text of the Second Amendment. Okay, so that means if the Second Amendment is in play here, now the government must justify these regulations through historical analogs, and therein lies the big problem for the United States government. Now, you're going to see later on in the brief, I think the reason they had this problem is they didn't even really try. They kind of mailed in the second part of the argument. They got caught sleeping on this one. They kind of figured like, hey, the Second Amendment doesn't even apply. We'll just brief that issue. We'll be out of here, no problem. When the court said, no, the Second Amendment is in play, they had never really done any thorough research, which may have still proven to be futile at best, but they'd never really done any research as to the types of historical regulations that could justify this type of restriction. In fact, the only two ones they came up with was a citation to some very old English common law, as well as a North Carolina statute that kind of prohibited how you carry a firearm, and it led the court to this. But both examples are disanalogous to what defendant is charged with here: simple possession of a machine gun. Now, one of the historical analogs that the United States government relied on is the Statute of Northampton. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about the Statute of Northampton because it was written in 1328 in England, and candidly, I don't care about much that was written in 1328 in England. I don't care much about anything that's written in 2024 in England either. However, the court was like, hey, listen, all of this that you're bringing up, it's just going to how an individual carries a firearm, because these are like, you can't carry a firearm into this location. You can't carry a firearm into this location. You can't carry a firearm into places where royalty. You can't carry a firearm when your intent is to threaten or intimidate another. None of these apply to the mere possession, however, of a firearm. And that led the court to conclude, in contrast with the aforementioned historical examples, Section 922.0 says nothing about the manner in which machine guns are carried or displayed. Instead, Section 922.0 criminalizes the mere possession of such weapons without regard to how the possessor uses them. If an individual purchases such a weapon and locks it away in a gun safe in his basement for 20 years without touching it, he is just as guilty of a violation of Section 922.0 as the one who takes the same weapon out on the public street and displays it in an aggressive manner. The statute requires no more than possession, and more importantly, in an as-applied challenge, the indictment in this case alleges nothing more. Okay, and then because this court understands the common use test, and it is one about numerical value, and they recognize that, hey, if a mere 200,000 stun guns constitutes in common use under Cantano, how much does over 740,000 lawfully registered machine guns constitute under the common use test, thus leading the court to rule as follows. Moreover, to the extent that the Second Amendment would allow weapons to be prohibited solely on the basis that they are dangerous and unusual, or highly unusual in society at large, as the government suggests, the government has not made that showing here. As defendant points out, there are over 740,000 legally registered machine guns in the United States today. And ultimately, what this comes down to is a very simple inquiry. Do we have a historical analog of prohibiting the possession of these firearms? We're not talking about anything else other than the mere possession, as the court justly points out. In that sense, machine guns are not unusual. The government fails to address these facts and thus fails to meet its burden to demonstrate that possession of these types of weapons at issue in this case are lawfully prohibited under the Second Amendment. And so therefore the court reaches the following conclusions. To summarize, in this case, the government has not met its burden under Bruin and Rahimi to demonstrate through historical analogs that regulation of weapons at issue in this case are consistent with the nation's history of firearms regulation. Indeed, the government has barely tried to meet that burden. And because they didn't really try, I will say that as interesting as a ruling as this is, and it is a huge ruling which will probably be appealed as soon as tomorrow, the court did leave it out here where it basically said, if the government maybe had tried a little harder, we might have had a different outcome. Importantly, this decision says little about what the government might prove in some future case. Rather, under Bruin's framework for evaluating Second Amendment challenges, it is the government's burden to identify a historical analog to the restrictions challenged in this case. The government has failed to do so. The court expresses no opinion as to whether the government could, in some other case, to show a historically analogous restriction that would justify Section 922.0. Huge ruling. This is obviously not the end of it. Like I said, the appeal is probably being written right now as we speak. The case, once again, is United States v. Morgan. We're going to go ahead and link up the court's order down below so that you can geek out on it for yourself. Huge win, but like I say, we are a long way from having this one be over. If you guys got any questions about this or anything else related to what's left of our Second Amendment rights, you should know how to get a hold of Washington gun law by now, but if you don't, that's okay. That information's down there in the description box. Maybe you got an idea for a video we should be doing here. If you do, go ahead and click on that link right there, because Most of the good ideas we ever come up with, we don't actually come up with at all. Maybe you just want to be part of our monthly newsletter. The ability to subscribe to that is all down below in the description box. And then finally, and most importantly, America, let's remember that part of being the lawful and responsible gun owner, like we talk about all the time here, is to know what the law is in every situation and how it applies to you in any instance that you may find yourself. Until next time, thanks for watching and stay safe.
A prenup can outline a clear plan for handling business matters in case of divorce, ensuring business continuity and minimizing disruption. Your business affects more than just you. Employees, investors, and partners all have a stake in its success. A prenup helps protect their interests, demonstrating your commitment to the company's stability and its stakeholders.
Interesting. If I was getting married today, I would absolutely get a prenup. 1,000%. I don't have a prenup in my current marriage.
Oh, wow.
But I would get one. Where I'm at today, I would definitely get a prenup just because of the way the system is built today.
Yeah.
And the way culture has changed and the way the courts are today as opposed to where they were 20 or 30 years ago.
So what about community property states? What's the point of prenups in a community property state? It's a really good question, especially since community property states like California, Arizona, and Texas have laws that already dictate how assets are divided during divorce. But here's the thing. Prenups can actually override those laws. With a prenup, you and your soon-to-be wife or husband can customize how assets and debts are divided, regardless of state laws. That can be especially useful if you want to protect specific assets or if you have unequal earning capacities, for example. Plus, prenups can also address other important matters like spousal support and inheritance rights. So even in a community property state, a prenup can provide clarity and protection for both parties involved. And like I've said before, at the end of the day, that can also translate into a happier and more successful marriage.
In order to prove a prenuptial agreement is invalid, you have to prove that one or both parties did not sign it, that the agreement was so unconscionable when it was executed, so harmful, so prejudicial. But you have to prove that the other side, or you, the person who is fighting against the prenup, were not given a full and fair and reasonable disclosure of the other person's assets and debts and income. You have to also prove you did not voluntarily waive in writing any of the disclosure of the financial income, debt, assets, or obligations, that you did not have an adequate knowledge of the property or the financial obligations of the other party.
A farmer and his brand new bride are riding home in a wagon pulled by a team of horses when the older horse stumbles. The farmer says, "That's once." A little further along, the horse stumbles again. The farmer says, "That's twice." When the old horse stumbles again, the farmer quietly reaches under his seat, pulls out a shotgun, and shoots the horse. His brand new bride yells, "That was an awful thing to do." The farmer says, "That's once."
Что касается фаворитов, то не нам это определять. Это все-таки выбор американского народа. И, я уже говорил, у нас, фаворитом, если можно так сказать, был действующий президент, господин Байден. Вот его сняли с гонки, но он рекомендовал всем своим, сторонникам поддержать госпожу Харрис. Вот и мы тоже так сделаем, будем ее поддерживать. Это, во-первых. А во-вторых...
Раззавещали, значит, надо, да?
Вот. А во-вторых, она так выразительно и заразительно смеется, что это говорит о том, что у нее все хорошо.
Fourscore and 7 years ago. Fourscore and 7 years ago. Fourscore and 7 years ago. Fourscore and 7 years ago.
On September 11th, 2001, nearly 3,000 people, including a colleague of mine, Bill Weems, were killed in the largest foreign attack ever on American soil. The targets were the financial and military headquarters of the United States.
If anyone has any idea if they've seen him or knows where he is, to call us. He's got two little babies.
As the attack took place, Mr. Bush was on his way to an elementary school in Florida. When informed of the first plane hitting the World Trade Center, where terrorists had struck just 8 years prior, Mr. Bush decided to go ahead with his photo opportunity.
Read this word the fast way. Get ready. Mad. Yes, mad. Get ready. Mad. Yeah. Okay, get ready to read the words on this page without making a mistake.
When the second plane hit the tower, his chief of staff entered the classroom and told Mr. Bush, the nation is under attack. Not knowing what to do, with no one telling him what to do, and no Secret Service rushing in to take him to safety, Mr. Bush just sat there and continued to read My Pet Goat with the children. Nearly 7 minutes passed with nobody doing anything. As Bush sat in that Florida classroom, was he wondering if maybe he should have shown up to work more often? Should he have held at least one meeting since taking office to discuss the threat of terrorism with his head of counterterrorism? Or maybe Mr. Bush was wondering why he had cut terrorism funding from the FBI. Or perhaps he just should have read the security briefing that was given to him on August 6, 2001, which said that Osama bin Laden was planning to attack America by hijacking airplanes. But maybe he wasn't worried about the terrorist threat because the title of the report was too vague.
I believe the title was Bin Laden Determined to Attack Inside the United States.
A report like that might make some men jump, but as in days past, George W. just went fishing. As the minutes went by, George Bush continued to sit in the classroom. Was he thinking, I've been hanging out with the wrong crowd? Which one of them screwed me? Was it the guy my daddy's friends delivered a lot of weapons to? Was it that group of religious fundamentalists who visited my state when I was governor? Or was it the Saudis? Damn, it was them. I think I better blame it on this guy.
Officer, I will talk
I am not going to step outside your house.
You do not have a
We're
warrant
gonna
to be
talk
inside
right
of my house.
I'm not inside your house. Okay?
You're inside of my house.
Let me tell you why I'm right here.
Because you walked in.
No, because they opened the door and ran from me.
And
That's
I'm
why.
telling you, I am the
Okay,
adult
and I'm
here.
telling
This
you
is my home.
that now that I'm inside your house, I own your house right now.
you do not.
Yes, I do. What
I
mean-
know my
okay,
rights.
I don't care if you know your rights.
That cop showed up to this woman's front door on a very minor loudness complaint from this woman's neighbor. He has no warrant. He's refusing to leave. He enters her home, grabs her and drags her outside, and performs a warrantless arrest. This woman is still being charged criminally. I will explain to you the binding case law that establishes without any doubt that this police officer violated this woman's constitutional rights so that you can do what's necessary, and that is share it with others and inform others. And if anyone wants an explanation for why this violates the Constitution, you can show them this video. Many of you have discovered that it can be nearly impossible to find a civil rights lawyer. Although I get calls from all around the country every day, I'm only one person, and I only take specific types of cases, and only in West Virginia. The good news is that if you need a lawyer because you've been injured, you can hire America's largest injury law firm, no matter what state you're in. Morgan & Morgan has over 1,000 attorneys in all 50 states. Because they're the biggest, they have the ability not to settle for lowball offers. Last year in Florida, they got a victim who was in a life-altering car crash, $12.2 million. The insurance only offered them $350,000. They got another victim in New York, $6.8 million. The insurance only offered the victim $275,000. Best part, their service is free unless you win. It only takes a few minutes to see if you have a case. You can submit a claim and communicate with your legal team all from your smartphone. If you've been seriously injured, it will only take a couple of minutes to start a claim with Morgan & Morgan at forthepeople.com/thecivilrightslawyer, found in the description below. This video was making the rounds on Twitter, and now it has been reported on in the Desert Sun. Now the media has gotten a response from the law enforcement agency involved. This is the Riverside County Sheriff's Office, and apparently, according to the Desert Sun, they are now investigating the circumstances that led to the woman, the homeowner in this video, being arrested in the early hours of July 4th. This video shows a Riverside County deputy refusing to leave a woman's residence despite her repeated requests for him to do so. The video shows that the deputy approached the front door of this house, reportedly due to a loudness complaint from a next-door neighbor. He rings the doorbell, he backs off, and he waits. According to the video, a minor then answers the door, sees that it's a cop, and then closes the door. But he doesn't take no for an answer. He tries to force his way into the house, and he refuses to let the door be closed. The video then shows the deputy arguing with a woman identified by the sheriff's office as Adele Shirey, 44 years old, who tells the deputy that if he does not have a warrant, then she will speak to him outside.
Okay, then back the
I'm not going to back up.
You do not have a right to be inside my house. I will talk to you outside.
Just back up and talk to her outside. No.
You don't have a warrant. No, don't talk to them.
You don't have
You do not have a
to
warrant to be inside. I will talk to you outside.
You want?
Officer, I will talk to you.
I am not going to step outside your house.
You do not have a
We're
warrant
gonna
to be
talk
inside
right
of my house.
I'm not inside your house.
The deputy, who just stands there inside the door's threshold, tells Shirey that he will not leave the house. He asserts his right to be inside by pointing off screen and saying, "They opened the door and ran from me. Now that I'm inside your house, I own your house right now," the deputy says in the video.
Okay. You're inside of my house.
Let me tell you why I'm right here.
Because you walked in.
No, because they opened the door and ran from me.
And
That's
I'm
why.
telling you, I am the adult
and I'm
here.
telling
This
you
is my home.
that now that I'm inside your house, I own your house right
you
now.
do not.
Yes, I do.
You're
Yes, I do. What I
know my rights.
I don't care if you know your rights.
And I'm telling you, my dog will bite you if I tell her to bite you.
Tell
So
your
I'm
dog to
asking
bite
you to back
Tell
up.
your dog to bite
and
you.
I will talk to you outside.
I'm not going to talk to you
What
outside.
the do you want? What the do you want inside my house? Bring your supervisor to my home now. Yeah, bring them all. You have no right to be inside. No, don't talk to them.
Please.
You have no right to be inside because they opened the door. They're minors. I'm the adult here. This is my home.
She said she's the adult.
She's not the she's my daughter. Get the out of my home.
I'm not going to get out of your house.
Then call your supervisor right now.
415 noise.
After Shirey points at the deputy, he grabs her and pulls her onto the front porch before putting her in handcuffs.
And put me to the ground. I double dog dare you.
Touch me.
This is my home, bro. You're in my house.
I am telling
You're
you.
in my house.
Hey,
Don't do
chill,
that.
chill,
You're in my
chill.
I didn't touch you. Her. Did
No,
I
stop,
touch
stop.
you?
Stop.
Did I touch you?
Stop. No,
Did I
stop.
touch
You can't do anything.
Did I touch
You're just going to make it worse.
Did I ever touch you?
The sheriff's department says that she was ultimately booked into the jail for resisting arrest and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. It appears from the video that Shirey did not touch the deputy throughout the confrontation and that the deputy is the one who initiated contact. The sheriff's office declined to answer questions about the deputy's conduct that is depicted in the video. This is what the sheriff's office said in a statement. This incident occurred over a month before being posted to social media and only days before the arraignment of the individual arrested for delaying/obstructing an investigation and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. All body-worn camera footage has been obtained, and the sheriff's office says it will conduct a thorough investigation to determine if discipline is warranted. So those are the facts. The neighbor calls the cops because of a loudness complaint. Cop shows up, rings the doorbell. Minor opens the door, closes the door. That apparently offends the police officer, and he tries to force his way into the house. Mom comes to the rescue, asserts her rights, and the cop doesn't care. He comes in, grabs her, ultimately drags her outside, and performs a warrantless arrest. So the problem here, the issue here is that the officer had no warrant to enter the home, had no warrant to arrest the woman. Why does that violate the Fourth Amendment? You don't have to take my word for it. California is in the Ninth Circuit. The main case in the Ninth Circuit that applies here is called U.S. versus George, and it's from way back in 1989. This George case is actually pretty interesting. So on December 24th, 1986, at approximately 1 p.m, a police officer named Kartinen participated in the investigation of an armed robbery that had just occurred at the Security Pacific National Bank in Long Beach, California. And while there, he interviewed the witnesses who described the assailant and explained to him that before exiting the bank, the assailant had told everyone to tell the police that the Orange County Kid had been there and also Merry Christmas. Now that cop talks with some other cops. Now they think they know who this guy is. And they go and they start surveillance on his house. And when they eventually see him, they just sort of barge in, arrest him. I believe they shot him in the process. And they did all of that without bothering to go get a warrant. And here is what the Ninth Circuit said about the law that equally applies here. Warrantless arrests in the home are presumptively unreasonable and they're prohibited by the Fourth Amendment. A warrantless arrest may be reasonable for Fourth Amendment purposes, however, if exigent circumstances justify their failure to obtain a warrant. So when this officer intruded into the house and arrested this woman, if there's a lawsuit or if there's a criminal case, the government bears a twofold burden. The burden shifts. Now the government, because they did not have a warrant, must show probable cause to secure the residence, and also, secondly, it must show the existence of exigent circumstances to excuse the lack of a warrant. The first part of that, probable cause, requires a reasonable belief, evaluated in light of the officer's experience and practical considerations of everyday life, that the suspect committed a crime and is to be found in the place to be searched. Now, secondly, exigent circumstances, for the government to demonstrate that, those are defined as those circumstances that would cause a reasonable person to believe that entry was necessary to prevent physical harm to the officers or other persons, the destruction of relevant evidence, the escape of the suspect, or some other consequence improperly frustrating legitimate law enforcement efforts. The exigencies must be viewed from the totality of the circumstances known to the officers at the time of the warrantless intrusion. Exigent circumstances necessarily imply that there is insufficient time to get a warrant. So officers don't need to wait for a warrant if they reasonably believe the suspect is currently endangering the lives of themselves or others, or currently in the process of destroying evidence. If they take the time to go get the warrant, that evidence will be destroyed or those individuals may be harmed. Or there could be situations where a crime has occurred and police officers have chased the suspect from the scene of the crime to the home, which is just another kind of exigent circumstances if there was a scene of a crime and a chase. But the Ninth Circuit has said that where the police trace a suspect, not chase, trace a suspect to his home, the claim of hot pursuit is not convincing because there's no immediate or continuous pursuit of that individual from the scene of a crime. In this case, the officer seems to have been relying on that theory, that it was sort of a hot pursuit situation, and that he was able to chase the kids, the minors, inside the house when they tried to close the door on him. However, this would likewise be unconvincing because there is no scene of the crime and no chase that took place from a scene of a crime outside the home to inside the home. It just really doesn't apply at all, except maybe in this officer's mind. Now, as for the traditional exigent circumstances analysis, again, we look at two things. One, was there probable cause to even arrest this woman? Well, it was a loudness complaint, whatever that was. I haven't heard the 911 call. There may be more facts that make it sound more serious than this video did. At the end of the day, I think the only facts we know are that it was some sort of Karen call, the neighbors being too loud. And that's not necessarily a crime, certainly not a serious crime. The point is that at the time the officer knocked on the door, he had no probable cause to arrest the mom that was inside the house. And she wasn't arrested for the loudness complaint. She was arrested for the interaction that he had with her. Most importantly, there is no factual basis for believing that if he had probable cause, that he didn't have time to go get a warrant. There was no indication that anyone was in any immediate danger. There's no indication that evidence was going to imminently be destroyed if he took time to get a warrant. The reason for that is because there was no allegation that any serious crime, if any, had been committed. Now, in the George case, there was an armed robbery at a bank. That was involving a serious crime, and the Ninth Circuit still held that the officers violated the Fourth Amendment, that they needed to go get a warrant. So even that case did not meet the exigent circumstances burden that the government has to meet. This one does not even come close. And yet an entire month apparently went by from the time that this happened and this woman was arrested and taken to jail, and the sheriff even finding out that this had taken place. That just illustrates why this officer was able to completely disregard the Bill of Rights in the way that he did. This is another one of those situations where the sheriff is now complaining to the media that, well, nobody said anything earlier. It wasn't until it went on social media that people were outraged. I mean, here you have a video of a police officer, and there's no doubt violating the Fourth Amendment. There's no doubt. Entered the home and arrested the woman with no sort of any type of warrant. That is presumptively unconstitutional. She was clearly asserting her rights. He clearly responded that he didn't care about her rights. How do we reconcile that? That is presumptively a constitutional violation, and only under certain very difficult circumstances can the government rebut that presumption and show that it was necessary because it was an emergency type situation involving some serious crime or threat of danger or injury. Here, this was a very unserious minor crime with a police officer blatantly violating constitutional rights and the woman being charged as a consequence, not for any crime that the officer had arrived there to investigate, but just for asserting her rights. That was the punishment that she received, and the charges are still pending. So here's what you can do. Only when this footage was shared and started to go viral did the sheriff start to make any sort of comment or even look at this case. Now, apparently they're investigating. They already should have dropped this woman's charges. So what you can do is continue to spread this footage far and wide. And if anyone wants an explanation for why this violates the Constitution, you can show them this video. And you can show them the George case, which I will link in the first pinned comment below. I hope to do a update video on this one, explaining that the charges have been dropped, that a civil lawsuit has been filed, that the officer has been terminated, maybe even prosecuted. The whole problem here is that cops just don't believe that search and seizure violations are constitutional violations. They understand that excessive force, if you beat a handcuffed detainee, they understand that's wrong. That violates their concept of the Bill of Rights. But they just don't care about stepping into the house, holding the door open, warrantless arrest, things of that nature. They only equate their violence with constitutional violations. But really, there is no more severe injury they can cause to the Constitution than violating the sacred protections of our home. That's the very foundation of our Bill of Rights, very foundation of our country. Our home is our castle. Our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.